Hey guys. I said that I was going to be early. First I said I was going to be on at 10:35 p.m., then I said 10:30. Then I said, "Oh no, I'm ahead of schedule. It'll be 10:20." And, and sorry, I reneged. It turns out I should have kept the original time. It's exactly 10:35. I should have left it alone. Sorry about all the ta changing around of the times. But things come up and things always end up taking longer for me than I expect. But I'm going to be breaking down season 2, episode 5 of The Last of Us, and it's a great episode. I really enjoyed it. I think I think the introduction of the spores is going to be a fascinating, exciting game changer. I mean, it's just unfortunate that it looks like next week's episode is going to be possibly all flashbacks. So we have this really cool thing that was introduced, but I think I'm guessing that next week we're gonna have nothing but flashbacks, and then it's the finale, and then it's all over. So kind of it kind of sucks, but Scarlet is here. Hi, Scarlet.
Uh, I got kicked out of StreamYard. I was here before, and then I saw you go live. I went in and I said my little mic's on, but apparently StreamYard decided I was not in here.
StreamYard is weird. It does weird things.
Yeah,
It's
but usually
it's
it
very
doesn't show the mic if I'm like, because I have a little mic and I can go off on my iPad and do other things and not just stare at it.
yeah, yeah. It,
Oh, well.
it's weird. Like I love StreamYard because it's very basic and user friendly. There aren't a million confusing
Yeah.
buttons and controls. Like OBS is crazy. Some people use OBS to stream, and
Hmm.
OBS is I use it for screen recording. It's great for screen recording, but for streaming, even for screen recording, it's confusing as hell to find where anything is, even if you've used it before. I'm not someone who uses it all the time, so when I do, I always forget where everything is. It's a cluster fuck, for
Hmm.
lack of a better word. It just is. StreamYard is nice and simple, but it does weird, glitchy things sometimes. So it's a trade-off. I'll still take StreamYard over OBS, although maybe
Yeah.
OBS runs more smoothly. I don't know. I like StreamYard. Um, it does give you less options though. Koala T uses OBS, and he can do
Hmm.
cool stuff, like he can put stuff on his screen, like I can put stuff on the screen, like if I want to put a banner up, I can put a banner up like that, but
Hmm.
it takes up a ton of space. I can't highlight comments while I'm doing that. Like it
Hmm.
would get rid of that.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
it just looks bad. It's bland. You can't personalize it and make it look different,
Hmm.
other than changing the color. What he can do is he can put something else on the screen. Like he can put his Cash App right on the screen in the corner. Well, he hates Cash App now because it's giving him shit, so he's not using it anymore. But for a couple streams, he was using Cash App and he had it right in the bottom right corner, and it could stay there all the time in
Hmm.
small letters, the way
Hmm.
he wanted it to look. So anyway, I'll quit rambling about it, but I like StreamYard. It's just it's limited. You know, you have to have that trade-off for the simplicity and ease of use. There
Yeah.
are limitations to what you can do with it, and glitches. So it is what it is. Sorry,
Yeah,
Muncher
it's it's,
Luncher.
it's just
What? Sorry, go
it's
ahead.
just anytime I show up before you come on, I might as well just log out and log back in because it just doesn't keep my place,
Oh, I see. I
or
see.
I'll knock
Yeah,
out
yeah.
my audio. But it has a little microphone on my iPad. It always tells me I'm on, but I'm not. So it's confusing.
Weird. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I've regularly come in here before people who are on the panel and they're already there.
yeah.
Um, so it's weird that it does that to you.
Well, the other time we
But
started up when you, me, and Smitty were on, my audio dropped and I couldn't get it back, and I had to log in and out and back in.
hmm,
It's so strange. I don't know why.
technology is, yeah.
I mean,
Muncher
if I
Luncher.
could, yeah, if I could figure out a pattern, it'd be cool. But there's no pattern.
there's no rhyme or reason to certain things.
Yes, yes,
It doesn't
exactly.
always. Yeah, yeah, I get you. It's all right. You're here now. Um, lunch for lunch or yeah. Sorry, you always gotta expect the unexpected with me. That's why I always say keep your notifications on, please. So because I can be unpredictable. I'm usually unpredictable. I have a very hard time sticking to a set scheduled time because of the pain condition I have. Sorry about that. I woke up, I have horrible leg pain today. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I went for a hike yesterday or something, which I haven't done in years, of course, but it's weird. I don't know why it's worse today than it was yesterday. I would have thought it would be worse yesterday, the day after the concert, which was something really out of the ordinary for me. And I did have worse than usual leg pain yesterday. I did because of I got lost for an hour walking up and down hills trying to find my car after the concert.
Oh
So
no.
not only did I mean I had a great time, but there were many mishaps. There were many
Oh
mishaps.
no.
I'm just grateful though I was able to not only enjoy the music, I was able to stand up.
Hmm.
I forget sitting. I couldn't sit when Kendrick
Yeah.
was on stage. I was like, no, I'm standing up, and I was able to do it by moving, not standing still, but kind of like walking in place, shuffling, to the music, and
Yeah.
you know, by moving like that, I was able to do it. Now, I couldn't, if you asked me to do that tonight, it wouldn't work. My leg pain is horrible. I wouldn't, if I were there at that concert tonight, I'd be screwed. So I think taking care of myself properly for 2 days before the show and not
Hmm.
being on a live stream for 8 hours the night before, I think that made a huge difference. So it was also a combination of things. It was taking care of myself and figuring out a way to stand up but not stand still. And it worked out. I was able to do it. I never thought I'd be able to do that at a concert again in my life. So trying to focus on all those positive things and not all those.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that I didn't pay attention to where I was walking from. I was just too much of a hurry because I missed the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
The traffic held me up half an hour later than what it originally predicted.
Oh
Um,
no.
and I should have expected that and allowed for more time, but I didn't. I cut it too close, and I would have had plenty of time if it were the original ETA, but the traffic was gridlocked. Um, so I was rushing and I wasn't paying attention where I was walking from. I just followed. It was easy to find the stadium because I just walked in the direction where I saw all the other hordes of people walking.
Yeah. Yeah.
And but then when I got out of there, well, and when I arrived, I missed the first song. And while I was walking to my seat, I heard the next three songs, which were just sections of them, adding up to about 5 minutes, and then I got to my seat. Um, so that sucks, but it was kind of cool. I was thinking about it, trying to put a positive spin on it because I missed the first song, even though I'm bummed about that. I love the first song he did, but as a result, I got to actually hear while I was outside the stadium, um, a particularly hard-hitting line is the only line I could hear outside of it, and it makes for a good story in Kendrick Lamar circles because it's basically a shot at another rapper that he takes, and he said it really loud. It's the only line I could hear outside the stadium, and on the record, on the actual recording, he doesn't say it loud like that, which makes it sound
Hmm.
like there's animosity between them. And people in rap circles love that kind of shit. We love that. We jump all over that. So I'm looking at the silver lining. If I had been inside there, I wouldn't have known that he yelled it loud, so loud. That's the only line I could hear outside the stage.
Yeah.
So I'm usually a glass half empty person, but I'm trying to shift my mentality because that makes for an interesting story in pro Kendrick circles, you know. So I've got that going for me. And while I was walking to my seat, he was performing a medley of three songs in a span of 5 minutes. If I had been at my seat, I wouldn't have been able to see him on the stage at where he was standing. I wouldn't have been able to see him. He was at a spot where I had an obstructed view. So that's another plus. I got to at least see him while I was walking to my seat and during those songs. So anyway, all in all, it worked out really well. Walking around getting lost for an hour after sucked. Up and down hills. I think that's why my legs are so screwed up for the past 2 days. I'm not used to that.
Huh.
But yeah. So that's why I'm late. Sorry, that's my long story. It's a ripple effect, a whole bunch of things can kind of coalesce and it's like it's a butterfly effect. I'm still affected by Monday events. That's why I'm late tonight. It was pain related. So, but I'm ready to get started.
But mentally you're good, right? Mentally you're still riding on that wave.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It was worth it was well worth it. Even with
Really?
all the problems, it was well worth it. Even with this additional pain because of all the problems and getting lost. It was worth it. I'll get over it. The pain will improve. Just have to give it time.
Well, I'm proud of
Oh,
you that you went. You got the ticket. You went. You had a good
yeah.
time against all
Yeah.
adversity. Triumph.
Yeah. It was great. I was very afraid to do it because I didn't think I could handle it and it wouldn't be worth it and I'd just waste money and suffer. But no, it was awesome. It was awesome, and I got to see Kendrick right in front of me. I didn't need any binoculars or a zoom lens or anything. He was standing right in front of me on the stage during part of the show. So, I
Yeah.
mean, how many people can say they experienced that? There were that was a sold out show, by the way. That
Wow.
that was a stadium full of 70,000 people. 70,000 people. The capacity is 66,000 for sporting events, but 70,000 for concerts.
Yeah.
And that was sold out. That's the most people I have ever been with in my entire life. I've never been to a sporting event. I've never been to a concert at a stadium. I have never seen that many people in one place. I just looked up because I was down on the floor near the stage and I looked up and I could not believe how tall the stadium was and seeing all the sea of faces in the stands and up there he would have looked like an ant. You know, I'm very
Hmm.
fortunate even though I had a lot of things go wrong and I had an obstructed view of the main stage, but when he went onto the walkway and the other part of the
Hmm.
stage, I could see him right there. And I had a big screen right to my left. So I could see that when nothing else was visible. And so, yeah. Um,
Yeah. It's like you were in a
awesome.
small city. Like a lot of cities don't have that much of the population.
Seriously, yes. It's nuts. It was a sea of faces all freaking out and yeah, and all screaming certain lines in unison, which I thoroughly enjoyed taking part in. The whole place erupting. It was amazing. So anyway, but on to The Last of Us. Um, I will say I don't think I'll ever do anything that epic on my birthday again. It's just, well, what are the odds something like that would happen on my birthday again?
Yeah.
Probably never. But I'll always remember this one. Anyway,
You got to make
JT
your
Moore.
memories.
Oh yeah, most of my birthdays I don't remember anything because nothing happens for a long time. But this one I will remember. JT Moore was second in the chat. And the concert, by the way, guys, that's the reason we're doing this on Wednesday and not Monday. Normally, this would have been Monday, and next week we will go back to Monday again. This was a one-time thing because of the concert I went to on Monday night. By the way, SZA was amazing too. Got to give SZA her credit because I'm not familiar with most of her music, but she was phenomenal. Scarlet, you would have loved her aesthetic. Oh my God, I thought of you because like, this is the last thing I'll say on this, then I'll get back on topic. But I thought of you because, and I took a picture that I'm going to send you. You would have loved the style that she chose for her sets. I guess it must be to go along with her album, the theme of it. It's nature themed, and she literally had dancers walking around in bug costumes.
Sweet.
I was like, what the hell am I looking at? They're giant bug costumes. There was one right in front of me. I took a picture. I didn't even need to zoom very much. It was right in front of me. It looked like a big, like, praying mantis or a roach, or I don't even know. No, not a roach. I think it
Nice.
was a praying mantis. It was so cool.
It's like my kind of show.
I think you would have really enjoyed it. It was whimsical and really interesting looking. Like and then they had another song where these dancers all had bug masks on. It was wild. It was
But no giant
really crazy.
spiders.
No giant spiders. I didn't see any giant spiders, but I know you love all insects,
I
so
do. I do love all insects. Well, I mean, except
I think
two. I don't like
I
two.
think yeah.
I don't like the
Oh, what?
tick. I don't like the tick because of Lyme disease, and
Oh,
I don't like the mosquito because of malaria. Most of the
yeah.
other ones get a pass.
Yeah, those are just pests. So those are a nuisance. So, but you would have loved that look. I immediately thought of you when I saw that.
I'll
And
just
there
see
was a
pictures.
really, I'll send it to you. And there was a really cool thing that she did too, where she was like on some kind of a swing or some kind of thing that, like, it was, no, it was a harness that hoisted her up in the air and she was performing a song like on a harness. That was really cool.
Hmm.
Anyway, yeah, so have to give her props because I wasn't there for her, but she was amazing too. Tabitha, hi, sending love to everyone. Looks nice she popped in the chat. JT Moore, I am ready to talk spores. Yes, spores are a new addition to the show now. So
You know, they're always
that's
in
a
the
game
video
changer.
game.
They were there from the beginning, right?
Yeah. I was like, they're new? Oh, yeah, in the show, yeah, they're new.
Yeah, they're new in the show, so they made some changes and they
Yeah.
made other changes too that we'll discuss tonight.
Well,
Like
I could
the
get that. I mean, I could get that because, the other thing's more visual. It's more of a scary visual thing as opposed to spores.
mhm.
In a video game, you can get it because of the environment, you're wearing masks and stuff, but like a TV show, you don't want your actors in masks. I've seen this.
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Well, unless they're hunting somebody in yellow jackets, but even then.
So that's probably why they went a different route. And I'm glad they finally introduced them though, because that's a new threat. That's a much
Yeah.
more insidious threat
Hmm.
to have that going on. Because now they don't have they're on a trek now in Seattle. They don't have access to gas masks. I don't know where they could possibly get them, and only Ellie is immune. So
Yeah.
that's they're really lucky that in this episode it was Ellie and Ellie alone who stumbled on an area with
Yeah.
spores because
Hmm.
Dina would have been dead. So this is why they should have stayed in Jackson. They they're taking so many insane risks. In a world like this, there's no place for revenge. I'm sorry, it's
Hmm.
stupid. There is no place for that. You need to survive and if somebody dies in a cruel way, it's tragic, but you gotta try to keep yourself and the people you have left alive, and that's all there is to it. Revenge in this climate is just an extravagance you can't afford. It's completely nonsensical what they're doing. And the fact that they're still doing it after Ellie found out Dina is pregnant is even
Hmm.
more insane. It's it's ridiculous. In this episode, Dina says, I'll go back if you want, and I'll keep going if you want. If I die, it's my choice. It's not on you. What do you want to do? Ellie says, she thinks about it, and then she says, I want to stay. So they stay. And then near the end, they almost get themselves killed. They would have been dead if it wasn't for Jesse showing up and saving them.
Hmm.
And he says the plan is he and Tommy have followed them, and the plan is to take them home in the morning. And Ellie immediately says, no. Like, what are you, 2 years old? Seriously? Even Dina looked at her along with Jesse, like, what is wrong with you? So if Dina wants to go back, you need to damn well go back. She's pregnant.
Hmm.
I thought you
Yeah.
love her. What is wrong with you? It, it's just. selfish and reckless beyond belief of Ellie. And I was giving her credit last week because she immediately, after finding out Dina was pregnant, when they got word on the radio of where one of Abby's people was, she immediately turned to Dina and said, "No, we shouldn't do this. What was I thinking? You're pregnant. We need to go back." So where's that? That's changed quickly. That attitude.
Mhm.
Now now she's like, "No, we're doing this," even after she almost gets them killed in this episode. Like, now would be the time to change your mind. So yeah, I'm just really annoyed with her. I think it's stupid. And,
Mhm.
um, but anyway, JT Moore, yeah, JT Moore was in our Discord watch party on Sunday. Shout out to the Discord watch party crew. It was lit. Yes, it was lit. It was very fun. I love our watch parties. If anyone out there has not been to our watch parties, it's every Sunday night when the episodes drop in my Discord, and there's a link in the description of the video. Um, it's a lot of fun to watch with a group. So even if you have access to HBO, it's fun to watch with everybody else. I stream it with everybody, and then we discuss it. Sometimes we watch it a second time, which we did this time. Everybody wanted to see it again, so we did. We just kind of play that by ear. I have a feeling we're not going to do that next Sunday. If there's somebody who really needs to see it and doesn't have another way to, I can do it for them. But next episode looks like it's going to be all flashbacks. And I
Mhm.
don't know if I could take a double gut punch of that. Full
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I think I might just want to see that once. And I'm guessing other people will probably feel the same. But we'll play it by ear. Um, so that's next Sunday. Um, Kelly, hi, nice to see you. Hey Amy. Yeah, I didn't announce this early enough, so I'm sure a lot of people didn't realize that the live was happening. Again, I'm not at my best. I'm not functioning at my best right now. I haven't been functioning at my best for a while. I mean, since my cat got sick, she's of course getting better now, but
Mhm.
since that happened and then getting ready for the concert and now recovering from the concert, I'm not at my best, but I will get better, and I had been doing better. I will get back to actually announcing things sooner and everything. Gabrielle, nice to see you. Um, and Tabitha again. Tabitha popped back in. Um, we had a great time last night. We got our wires crossed. I should again. I was not communicating properly, so I didn't let Scarlet know what was going on. But it sounds like you were busy anyway, which
Yeah,
is
I
fine.
had
I figured.
confusion. I had confusion, and I had to do a bunch of schoolwork before the end of the year. So I was doing that.
Yeah.
And you know, the
Hmm.
From thing, the picture of From made me think it was going to be on Wednesday or something. I was very confused. I was confused by the thumbnail. I was confused because I didn't get a StreamYard link. I was just confused.
That's okay. I forgot to
And I'm
send you a
overworked
link.
and confused. And overworked, I should say.
Yeah, like I was telling people last night that you're really swamped right now with work stuff and all the other stuff going on this month for you. So I
And
figured
then I
you're just
wrote you,
very
and even
busy.
though you wrote me 5 minutes later, I face planted on the bed and like instantly went to sleep. I was like, ugh. I thought I'd hear a thing. I thought I heard the little pop for the Discord makes a little sound. No, I was just out.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. We had a full house. Amy and
That's cool.
Tabitha joined the panel. Doug was on the panel.
Oh.
Um, Dieter came on for a little while. It was fun. It was fun. We had a good time. Some post-birthday fun and just talking some From with Doug and just low key hangout kind of thing. We had a good time. Hi Jadine, nice to see you. I also did way more rapping than I expected myself to do. I guess I was still on that Kendrick high,
Nice.
so I was like literally rapping a bunch of segments of his songs on camera while I was talking about the concert. I did that later after everybody left. I wouldn't have done it with them there. I would have been too anxious, like with people on the panel with me. But
I'm, I'm sure Dieter
but
will
yeah,
clip those out later, so we can have just those.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sure he already did. Yes. He wouldn't miss that opportunity. I said I would never rap on camera, and then I wound up doing it on a live, not a pre-recorded one, but a live. I said I wouldn't even do it pre-recorded, but it's the Kendrick concert. It had me on a high. I can't help it. As I was talking about it, I found myself just doing it.
Mhm.
So yeah. Anyway, um, you need to find one of those that you need one of those that find the car where it goes beep. Beep. Wait, what? What was that about? Oh,
Well, finding
okay.
your car in the endless parking lot.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
That was hilly. I'm
Yeah,
trying to imagine a hilly parking lot.
it was really, it wasn't even far from the stadium at all, but it's kind of tucked back behind. It's hard to explain, but it's not on the main road, but it's right across from the stadium. I just turned and went the wrong way and went up a bunch of hills for nothing. Anyway, and two different cops gave me wrong directions. Three different cops. I take it back. Three different cops gave me wrong directions. They didn't know what they were doing. I figured it out by myself in the end. It could have been bad though. My phone was dead and I was lost
Oh no.
outside Gillette
Oh
Stadium.
no.
Yeah, that made it worse because my phone was dead. Anyway, it all worked out in the end. Yeah, OBS is like a foreign language. I don't blame you for giving up, Gabrielle. I can't be bothered with that nonsense. Um, anyway, hi dear. Um, Nice to see you. Hope you're feeling better. Um, Dieter watched episodes one, two, three, and five. Yeah, he still needs to watch episode four. Um, so he's almost caught up with us, but not quite. Thanks, Gabrielle. Yeah, revenge. Maybe I'll put that in a video. Although I don't know why I'm even bothering to make videos on this anymore, because it's like
Yeah. You should
nobody
call the
wants to watch
video
them.
that. That's a cool thing to call a video. Revenge is extravagance.
Yeah, I might, continue to use that if I make a video because I really think that it is an extravagance. But no one wants to watch content for this show because they're so mad at it still. So, you know, I really think my time would have been better spent making another Handmaid's Tale video because my last Handmaid's Tale video cracked 1,000 views for the very first time,
Hmm.
and I released it late. Now I'm gonna release my next one late as well, but that's okay. I'm still gonna make videos for this show, but they're much shorter. This last one was 19 minutes. Um, Hi Fletch, El Grande, Fletchariano. That's a new one. Don't mind the name. Yeah, an interesting name change. Yeah. Of course, Dieter got timestamps for the raps, naturally. I would expect nothing less. Um, oh, okay. Well, I hope your wife's hand heals quickly. Sorry that she had to have surgery. That sucks. But yeah. Late and she was fully asleep. Oh, that sucks. They just needed to stay longer. Yeah. Um, I didn't see one that said good morning, but good morning. Um, so
I'm
yeah,
glad people are talking about Amy's talking about a jade doll.
yeah.
Perhaps for
Oh
more.
yeah, yeah.
My birthday's in
Yeah.
August.
She said we need to get Scarlet a jade doll. Yeah. She
If I
said
had
I
the
will.
money, this money's tight.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not
But we
cheap.
can all have
They are not.
dreams.
They are not cheap. Um, then we would all have one. We could all be on the panel together. Um, that would be great. So, okay, I'm just pulling up my photos now.
Well, next time, even if you guys have them, I'm gonna take a picture of a crocheted jade's face and put it where the giraffe is. So it has the creepy addition of having that picture there too, when you guys are all holding yours to the camera.
Yeah, that that would be. That would be fun. Yeah. Just so it would match. All of us would have some version of that image right there. That would be great. So, um, so I started watching this episode and I was a little confused at first, because it started with Hanrahan, the she's one of the leaders of the WLF, and I was like, did I miss something? I feel like I missed something to be able to understand what they're talking about, but then um, then when I watched it again, I understood. Uh, so you can see like this used to be some kind of hospital. It is a hospital. And they've got like the pain rating scale and all that stuff. And it's the thing that's circled is hurts a little bit. It's still so it looks very old from before the
Hmm.
apocalypse, and no one ever bothered to even erase this stuff. It's just still there. Um, your safety and comfort, your comfort and safety are important to us. Yeah, it's like this is like a relic from a simpler time when things were more civilized and nobody bothers with this kind of stuff anymore. Even in a hospital, which I mean, this place still is a hospital. Um, this was really sad. This was really sad. This scene. Like once I watched it a second time and I knew what was going on, then I was it's a lot. It hits you a lot harder the second time. This poor woman. Um, she's meeting with Hanrahan because there were reports that she let some of her own men or her own people die, or killed them, and um, she's got some kind of weird, I don't know what kind of cigarette that is. Pot? Is that is that like a
Yeah.
blunt?
I don't know. They look hand rolled. I don't know what they would be. It's the future.
Yeah,
The
looks like
future, the past, right now. What year is this in this show?
it's
What's the year in the
2029,
show? Okay, in the
I
future.
think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2029. Um, yeah, because it's 5 years since the first season, which was 2023. So, she's questioning her, and the poor woman. I don't know if they ever said her name, but her last name is Park, and Park says she explains what happened. Basically, I don't need to go into all the technical details, but she was in charge of a team who were, trying to clear a hospital. They were trying to investigate it, essentially. The exact technical details of what they were doing really don't matter, but suffice it to say, they they only found um, one area like that they could. I think everything was sealed off except this one area, and they sent people down to check it out. I was kind of unclear on why exactly they needed to do this, but I don't know. Maybe it was just because, well, they really need this hospital, so I don't know if they just found this place and they decided they had to investigate it, and I don't know. I'm not sure why the investigation right now, but she sent her people down, including Leon, I believe his name was, because she said he's one of her best. They radioed back that, um, basically, well, they radioed once, and then they radioed a second time, and the second time they radioed, they were struggling to breathe. Leon was struggling to breathe,
Hmm.
and they didn't actually see any live infected. They hadn't been, well, they did, I guess, sort of. I mean, the infected down there were kind of attached to stuff. It wasn't really, they weren't getting like tackled or anything like that. It was in the air. They weren't bitten by anything. They were infected anyway and struggling to breathe, which is a game changer. And so he told her to seal off the place and leave them. So she did, which was the necessary thing to do. They were infected, and so she didn't have a choice.
Hmm.
And so she left. sailed the place off and left them. And Hanrahan says, "Well, you did the right thing, and you should basically you should be commended for it." Um, and and then you wonder why she looks like this. It's because they're not. That wasn't just anyone to her. On the way out the
Mhm.
door, Hanrahan says, "Sorry about your son." Damn, the way
Yeah.
they revealed that was crazy. That was crazy. Like, I mean, she had to leave her own son down there, and and then you understand with the way they revealed that. Now we understand why she looked like that. That's a much more emotional reaction than you would have, for anyone. And actually, considering the fact that that was her son, she was remarkably stoic in this
Hmm.
scene. She was very tough. And I mean, she looks shell-shocked, but she was composed. She was not falling apart. She did what she had to do. She was very stoic about it. And then just a single tear you see at the end, and that's it. And I know why they did this. It was to contrast it with what Joel did. Um, she wasn't going to, you know, I think this is a false comparison. I don't know why the showrunners think that, oh, this is a good way to contrast to what Joel did. They said that in the featurette, but I don't think this is something you can really compare. Okay, yeah, she left her son to die for the greater good. He was infected. It's different. She was willing to sacrifice her son for the greater good, but he was going to die anyway. He was infected, and it's totally different than what Joel did. So I think the showrunners are drawing a false comparison between the two, a false parallel. Um, I don't see how this compares. Joel was saving Ellie from being murdered by a bunch of people who kidnapped her and drugged her and were going to kill her. So Ellie was not infected. So you can't even compare. So I get what they were trying to do there, but I still say there's no comparison between the two. Anyway, um, hey Steve. The character is Sergeant Elise Park, mother of Leon Park, both new characters that weren't in the game. Oh, okay. Interesting. I like that. Um, so they're making some changes.
Hmm.
If they can make some changes, then why don't they do some other things? They could have at least saved Joel's death for later in the season, and I think that would have come off a whole lot better. And also show Abby more. We haven't seen Abby since she left Jackson. How are we supposed to build up empathy for her if we don't see her? I guess they're waiting till season three. They'll probably show her in the finale, and maybe season three will be her perspective. Um, Steve said it's a hand rolled cigarette without a filter. Fungus among us. Yes, Fletch, indeed. Giraffes make super quiet noises. Oh, that's so interesting. I heard that. I heard about that actually. I've heard that somewhere. What does the giraffe say? Yeah, I love your giraffe avatar. It's really cute,
I like what the fox
Scarlet.
would say.
Um,
Does that say sick habits? Is that what it was supposed to say?
um, what did you say?
Oh, on the marquee, is it supposed to say sick habits? It looks like it used to say sick habits
Yeah, it looks like sick habits. Yes.
or sick. I don't
Yep.
know. Or sick. I don't know. Maybe hate? No, not sick hate.
Yeah, I would guess probably sick
But
habit. Yeah. Looks like Yep, I see the outline of a B, an I, a T.
yeah,
Sick habit, sick habit. All this looks so dope. The way the cities have been overtaken by nature. Nature has taken back the cities. I love how they made these sets. It's really cool. Hi with Alice. Nice to see you. Um, I'm still a zombie from last night's fun, so I'm heading to bed, but love y'all and have a great night. Well, we love you too,
Uh,
and thank you for staying as long as you did, because she doesn't stay up as late as we do normally. And I looked at the time, I didn't realize it was already after 1 a.m. I was like, oh, geez, yeah. Yeah. She was like, she and Amy headed off to bed, but it was a lot of fun. So thanks for joining. Um, and okay, so scrolling back down here, you just got some AI stuff. Julie and Scarlet navigating this episode like pro survivors in the quarantine zone. Keep those sharp takes coming. Your passion for The Last of Us is lighting up the whole stream. Oh dear. Sick Habit was a band that played there before the outbreak. Okay.
Glad I don't have to look it up. Thank you.
In the game, you find a set list for Sick Habit backstage.
I thought it
I,
sounded
I really,
familiar. I thought it sounded familiar.
I really appreciate the like the insight from people who play the games, and Steve is always full of insights
Mhm.
like this. Um, Insight into the show too. He has a really deep understanding of the show and the game. So I always love to have Steve's input here. Um, uh, and Dieter, I'm not good. I'm in really bad shape, to be honest with you. I rambled on about it at the beginning, so I won't bore everybody with it again, but you can you can hear my whining at the beginning of the live when you have time. But I'll manage. I'll bounce back. But I'm still feeling the after effects of I think it's from walking around on hills for an hour being lost Monday night. I'm still not recovered from that, and I stayed on stream too long last night too. So, anyway, season 3 will be entirely from Abby's point of view, and we'll see everything Ellie has done from Abby's perspective, which reframes everything we've seen this season. See, that will make s- I think that will make a huge difference. The question is, will people watch? It is this. I almost think maybe they should have done it the other way around, and maybe not though. Like build empathy for Abby first, show it from Abby's point of view first, but I guess it makes more sense to do it this way. It's just that they're taking a big gamble that viewers will actually be willing to hear you out on this by watching the show and look at things from Abby's perspective. Will they actually watch? I don't know, but I find that really interesting. So we'll see everything Ellie's done from Abby's perspective. I'll still watch whenever they decide to. I know they greenlit season 3, so assuming that they don't cancel it because people are quitting the show, viewers, I mean, um, then I will be sticking around, and I still enjoy the show. I think it's a phenomenal show and it's a powerful message. Is it going to be one of my favorites? No, to be perfectly honest with you, but I'm not sorry for covering it. And I'm sticking it out. I'm not giving up. Yes, I'm finally useful. Yes, you are, Steve. You're extremely useful. So
I found my
please stick ar-
purpose.
yes, please stick around and keep offering these insights as long as you can. It's really helpful. So it's great to hear that stuff. So keep it coming. Amy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your workday was horrible. Glad to be here with my friends. Well, we're glad to have you here too. Um, and if you ever want to come on panel and talk, just say the word. I'll send you a link. So, um, if you need a distraction, you want to join and talk, you can do that too. Um, but we're glad you're here and hope it's a nice distraction from your lousy day. Um, I know I need one. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it's not that I didn't, I did do a really crazy long stream, but I was taking care of myself. I ate and I used the treadmill for over an hour, but I waited too long to do that. So I think that made things worse. Amy, je suis une amie. Yes, yeah, that would be I'm a friend in French. Um, Steve, yeah, it's a difficult thing to pull off
Mhm.
because in the game you're controlling the characters and you're complicit in their decisions, but that's difficult to pull off in this medium because we're outside. Right, Steve. So what worked in the game may not work in the show. They're taking a big gamble and there's a huge budget for this show too. So I'm surprised HBO is was so reckless in renewing it before it even premiered, just based on the strength of critics. Critics are not going to be the ones who make or break a show, it's the viewers. And the viewers are not rating the show very high. So it's a big risk. I don't know. This is a very different thing. We're on the outside. We're not in their shoes. You're literally in their shoes when you're forced to play as Abby and Ellie in the game. In this one, you're relying on viewers to just summon empathy from the outside. It's not so easy. Um, Vous trois étiez si belle sur webcam. Thank you, Dieter. Um, you three were beautiful on the webcam. For those who don't speak French. Um, you know, it didn't work this time. What the hell? You know, last week I discovered that when I highlight comments from another language, if they like I
Hmm.
click on them and when they appear on the screen here, it translated them last week. It didn't do it this time.
Hmm.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I was wigging out because I was thinking this is awesome. People kept like posting stuff in other languages then, like Chinese and or Japanese and I was highlighting it on Friday night and Doc was here and it translated it, but now it's not anymore. Weird. See, StreamYard is weird again.
Hmm.
So we're observers now. Right, Steve. Exactly. So there's a big difference. There's a big difference. Um, um, oh, it's okay, Amy. Yeah, no worries. I just figured I would offer. If you'd like to, you're always welcome. And if you change your mind, just let me know. Um, but but yeah, just hanging out with us. Hope it helps. Um, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, like yeah, hopefully you can find a job where you're treated better and it's more fair. But and good luck with that. Let us know how that's going. Um, and so so getting into this, so they're holed up in a theater, Allie and Dina. And Dina is doing her Dina thing. I guess she's got some crazy skills that Ellie does not have. And Ellie would have been screwed if Dina didn't come with her on this mission because Dina planned the whole thing. She she planned out all the supplies they would need to bring, what they should leave back behind, only bring absolute essentials. She figured out how much ammo they needed. She calculated their route to get there. And they had zero issues getting to Seattle in no time at all because of Dina and had everything they need. And now here she is triangulating a pathway to get to the location where they heard on the radio. That's another thing she did. She's been listening on the radio to where people are located at different times, waiting to hear names that are part of Abby's group. She heard the name Nora, so now they know where Nora is currently. That was the shaved headed lady who held Ellie down while they killed Joel. And she's triangulating a path to get to that point. Um, and they're just being super cute together. It's almost like teenage rom-com meets apocalyptic drama at this point. Um, Ellie wants to help, and Dina is like, you know, you haven't really been educated like me or whatever. Something related to schooling. And it's like, I mean, how much schooling have you really had? Ellie went to school. I mean, she left early, but she went to school up to the age of 14. Maybe Dina went to school longer, but Dina has ridiculous skills with this, and I wonder who exactly taught her this. I feel like this is something you'd have to be taught rather than figure it out on your own, but I don't know, maybe she tells a story about how she wound up in Jackson in this episode, and maybe she just figured this stuff out at that point, but she was like 8 years old, so it does make me wonder how she learned all this. But um, at any rate, she's really good at it. And she points out she points out that there's well, actually no, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll so at this point she explains to Ellie what she's doing, and then Ellie says, "Okay, you know what? You're smarter about this, so I'm just going to leave you alone." And she leaves. Then she goes into this theater, and it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's got frescoes painted on
Mm-hmm.
the ceiling. That's beautiful. Like reminds me of like Leonardo da Vinci frescoes
Mm-hmm.
on the ceiling. So pretty. We have stuff like that at a theater in Providence. We have a gorgeous theater, the Providence Performing Arts Center, and it's stunning. It's more elegant than this actually. Um, it's got like you wouldn't believe the detail in the I don't even know how to describe it, but the walls and the ceiling have like this gold. It's like textured gold. I don't know what it's made of, but it's all this shiny gold stuff everywhere and paintings on the ceiling like this and chandeliers and it's just beautiful. So it reminded me of that. Um, to be honest, I felt like this scene was redundant. Um, I didn't think it was necessary. I know it was in the game, but I'm like, we just did this last episode. Ellie went to the guitar shop, found a guitar, and it's not. It's also the fact that they dragged this out. She slowly walks down up to the stage. She looks at the guitars. She picks one up. She runs her hand along the neck of the guitar, like right here. Where is it? She's tuning it, and they're beautiful shots here. I can appreciate it for its aesthetic value. You know, she's starting to sing again, and I'm thinking, why are we doing this again? I loved her song in the last episode. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
She sang Take On Me by Aha, and it was gorgeous, but it just felt like, okay, they're repeating themselves now a little too soon. Maybe do a scene like this later. But I guess they don't have the time. They only have 7 episodes this season, so they wanted to put in this scene from the game, so they did it now. And um
Mm-hmm.
it just kind of felt a bit redundant for me. Um, but it wasn't as it was it was it was more sad this time. In the previous one, Dina came in, she just serenaded Dina, and there was no sadness. Take on Me, it just seemed like a pretty song. But this time she starts singing If I Ever Were to Lose You, and that's all that she sings, and then she stops. She's clearly thinking about Joel. So the vibe is different. It's not like they copied the vibe. The vibe is darker, it's sadder. Then she stops before she can continue with the song. She just stops and puts the guitar back. So she's struggling with her grief over Joel and not wanting to deal with it. I think that's what I took away from it. She starts to sing a song about losing someone and then she puts the guitar back instead of, really experiencing those feelings. Um, Dina comes in and says that she's figured out a route they can take, and so they leave the theater. And she shows her the path, um, and basically she's figured out based on listening to the radio where all the patrols are. Again, she is not just a pretty face, she is really smart. So she figured out there are patrols all along this line, except right there at this long building. She thinks it's some kind of long building right in the middle. No patrols there. And that's their way through. But since there are no patrols there, they realize there are probably infected there. Otherwise, they would be patrolling that area too. So it's a huge risk. They admit that it's reckless. They know that it's reckless, and yet they decide to undertake it anyway. Let's go. They literally say, let's go be reckless together. Okay, then. It's just funny to hear them even admit like they know what they're doing is reckless and could get them killed. This is not what Joel would want. I'll keep saying it. It's just the truth. Joel would not want this. Would want them to go home and try to be happy and raise the baby together. That's it. But they, yeah, I think there's going to be a big cost for this, and I don't know what happens in the game, but I don't see Dina surviving this. I think Ellie is going to have to pay some kind of price for what she's doing in the end. I just, I can't envision them having a happily ever after raising the baby together after all this. There has to be a cost to choosing the path of vengeance. I really think there's going to be a cost, a price to pay. And again, more beautiful scenery with the buildings and all the vines and everything, grass
Her
overtaking
hair
the
always looks
tree.
amazing, no matter what.
Yeah, why does Dita's
She has
hair always
amazing
look?
hair. I'm like, oh my god, her hair is perfect.
Yeah, this is the apocalypse, and they're out on a mission, like with no access to hair care products or anything, and yet she looks like she just came from the hair salon. Yeah, that's a bit unrealistic, but we suspend our disbelief. So they come upon these dead scars, and once again it says feel her love, this time spray painted instead of in blood, and there's a picture of their prophet who died. I don't think does the prophet even have a name? If Steve is in the chat, maybe you can tell me in the game, like does the prophet even have a name, or they just call her the prophet? I mean, I'm sure she had a name at some point, but they never say her name. Um, and you know, clearly they view her as this deified being. She's got a halo of glowing paint around her head, and it looks like it's glowing anyway, gives that effect. And then somebody spray painted under it, feel this bitch, and they leave a, you know, a pile of dead scars there. So that's another skirmish in this ongoing war between the wolves and the scars, all a bunch of idiots for fighting each other when they should be coming together against a common enemy. It's so foolish. Human beings will always be our own worst enemy. Why are you killing each other when you should be uniting against a common enemy? And then you'd have a fighting chance. You could be like Jackson. You'd be living like the people in Jackson. They're peaceful. They are the best of humanity. I said this in my last deep dive. If anybody hasn't watched it, um, it's not long. I'm not doing excessively long videos for this show. It's um, it's roughly, I think it's almost 19 minutes long, and it's my deep dive into episode 4, and I discuss how foolish this is. You know how they should be uniting against a common enemy, and I break down the whole episode and my analysis of it, but that's a big takeaway from what I had to say on this. It's just, it makes no sense for them to be doing this. Why are you adding to your existing problems? But it's unfortunately it's part of human nature to hate each other, attack each other, be divided. It's always this way. I don't think we could unite and have world peace even if aliens came down and invaded the planet. I really don't at this point. Um, so yeah, Adina goes to throw up because now she's more sensitive since she's pregnant. I mean, even Ellie is horrified, but Dina's puking. And I didn't take any video, I didn't take any photos of the most graphic stuff, but they showed some really nasty stuff on these people. Um, Now Ellie has a moment of sanity and says, "We shouldn't be doing this. You're pregnant. You're fucking pregnant, and we should go home." So kudos to Ellie for at least coming to her senses. But um, Dina then tells her the story of how the first person that she killed, how that happened, and who that was, and what happened to her family. And so it's giving us some insight. They're fleshing out her character and showing a side of her that we haven't seen before, giving her character more depth. Um, so as they're walking away, she starts telling Ellie the story of the first person she killed. And it was when she was 8, I believe. She was living in a cabin with her family. I forget where, but it was not near Jackson. It
New
was pretty
Mexico,
far away. Was it?
Santa Fe.
New Mexico?
I think it's Santa Fe.
Okay. So she was living in a cabin with her family, and since this was post-apocalypse, her mother didn't want her playing outside alone. She was too afraid to let her, and one day she couldn't take it anymore. She was bored, so she went out with a gun, and when she came back, she found her mother and sister had been beaten to death, and she found the guy who did it. Um, he was still there. She was able to take him by surprise and shot him. So she wasn't, I mean, she wasn't quick enough to, to save them. She got back too late and her mother and sister were killed. She shot the guy and she did a great job acting this scene. You really felt the grief and the pain and then the rage. Her face switches to this rage and she says, I would like if I had come back and and seen this guy beating my mother and sister to death, if I had been forced to watch and then the guy got away, I would have hunted him down for the rest of my life. Um, and so that's, I mean, what happened to Ellie being held down and forced to watch Joel being killed? She's saying, well, she would do the same thing Ellie wants to do and hunt down the killer. She would have done the same with her family's killer. So she seems very much in favor of continuing with this. Um, so she's in favor of it because of her own experience. She says she would do the same thing Ellie is doing, and she gives her the choice, though. She says, I will go back if you want, and I will keep going if you want. And what I do is my choice. It's not on you. If I die, I die. Um, I still say Ellie, it is kind of on Ellie in addition. I know Dina is choosing to go with whatever Ellie wants to do, but Ellie could have said, "No, I'm not doing this." She could have just said, "No, we're going back." So I do think if something happens to Dina, part of the blame will be on Ellie, and she'll have to carry that guilt if that happens. I don't think it'll happen this season. I doubt it. I haven't played the games, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happens next season. I don't know. We'll see. But it could kind of muddy the waters. Like, I don't think it will happen this season because this season it's about getting revenge on Joel. And if Dina dies, then it'll be okay, now it's getting revenge on Joel and Dina. And it might be a little too much, but in the end, it's just kind of hard to imagine them coming out of this unscathed when all is said and done at the end of the series. So she asks Ellie, "So what do you want to do?" And Ellie thinks about it and she says, I want to stay." So that's it. Um, so that they're going full steam ahead with Dina pregnant, taking on a militia, an absolute militia. I mean, how could you possibly think that you're going to prevail and find Abby and kill her when she's part of a militia with tanks and automatic weapons? Like, how can you possibly do that? And you're walking into the middle of a war between them and this other group who they're not as familiar with, but by the end of this episode they are. And even after that happens, Ellie still wants to stay. It's it's insane. I don't see how it can possibly work, but I mean, especially now, they're only two people alone. By the end of the episode, Jesse is there, and I think we're going to see Tommy in the finale. He's there too. They're going to meet up with him, so they won't be on their own. But is it smart to stay even then? No, it's not. And they were gonna stay even before Jesse showed up. It's just like how do you think you can possibly succeed? I mean, the only way they could succeed is through pure dumb luck, like what Abby experienced. But it's a different situation. Jackson is not a militaristic society. They had patrols and stuff, but it was not as difficult to get lucky and for Abby to run into Joel and kill him. So I think they're just up against a much bigger threat than Abby was. Jackson, they don't have tanks and a military like that. So they decide to continue, and they approach this building that they found on the map and break their way in. Looks like an old office building. I used to answer phones at Walmart, and I literally had to answer the same. This is the same phone. I guess like pretty much all office buildings have the same type of phone because I see it on like every TV show.
Yeah,
That was the
yeah.
same phone. I know that well from really long, tedious shifts of sitting there staring at that damn phone when hardly anyone even called on a Sunday night. God, that was mind-numbing and painful to sit there for all that time too. But that was my first job anyway, so let me check in with the chat again before I keep going. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm scrolling up. See what I missed here. Thanks, Dieter. My French is not great, but I appreciate it. My pronunciation isn't the best. It's not the worst, but it's not. I don't know how to do it with a French accent like some people do, but I do my best. So, mm, oh, okay. Last week it wasn't translating on their end, just on mine.
Mm.
Yeah, it's weird. It was translating foreign languages for me when I put it on screen. Strange. Steve said it would be cool to do a playthrough of Ellie's story in part two at the end of this season to see the difference in the mediums because the game is definitely something worth seeing. Yeah, that would be cool. Maybe I could watch a playthrough and do a live to discuss it, the similarities and differences. I would be really interested to see it. I wonder how long it is. Um, Amy, speaking of my job answering the phone, I had people yell at me sometimes too. I know what that's like and it sucks. So I'm sorry you have to deal with that. There was one time I called and someone was screaming at me because they were on hold for 13 minutes, but that wasn't my fault. The department I was paging multiple times was not picking up because Walmart hires a skeleton crew. They're too cheap to staff their departments properly, and they no one so many times I would page people and nobody would pick up, and then I'd have to be the one they screamed at on the phone, and it was completely out of my control. So I at this point she was being so abusive that I defended myself. I spoke up for myself, and that happened to coincidentally be a day when I was scheduled for a performance evaluation. This was the day I got the one and only complaint I've ever had from a customer. She demanded to speak to a manager because I stood up for myself after she was screaming at me. Um, so then I had to get negative feedback in my review as a result. So I feel your pain, Amy. It sucks. Answering the phone it can be really difficult dealing with that kind of stuff. You're always going to get people who um you're always going to get people who blame you for stuff that's not your fault. Samuel said, I bet Joel did. Joel taught Ellie torture and interrogation methods. Yeah, I bet he did. I bet he would have. I believe that's the Orpheum Theater in LA. Oh, cool. It's beautiful.
Looks familiar.
Um, he said the scene in the theater will make sense next episode. I figured it's probably setting up next episode because I think with all the Joel flashbacks, they're going to show him teaching her how to play the guitar, like we saw in the trailer for the season, and I'm sure they'll be playing that song. So it was a setup kind of thing. Um, I promise I didn't wake up and choose violence today, Amy. Oh man. Kendrick Lamar wakes up and chooses violence every day when it comes to Drake. Every day he's choosing violence. Anyway, sorry, I still have Kendrick on the brain. Um, thank you. Thank you, Dieter. I'm glad you're hyped to be here. Um, yeah, her hair always looks great, Kelly. It's it's impossibly great looking. Knowledge comes at a cost. Yes. It's that salty Seattle air. It's like free sea salt spray, Steve. She's got good genetics, that's for sure. Prophet is never named or even seen in the game beyond murals. Oh, the Prophet, like that who was painted there. Yeah, good to know. Some women would only use a hairbrush and water back in the day and still have beautiful hair. Yeah, maybe just great genetics, but her hair looks like it's been styled like with a flat
Like,
iron to
yeah,
make those
or
soft
with layers. Like it has been cut to layers.
and it has those soft waves that look like they were
Yeah.
done with a flat iron. So
Yeah.
they don't look like just natural waves. There's a torn newspaper clipping that details a kind of origin for her, but that there really isn't much detail beyond people follow her because she protected people for months after the outbreak with minimal casualties. Okay, so that's the Prophet. Wow. That's not much of a story. I expected something more impressive.
Religious.
Yeah, for them to worship her like this. Anyway, she must have been very charismatic. I think Dina makes a mistake here by telling Ellie this. She's essentially giving her permission to relentlessly pursue Abby. I think so too. I think so too. Was encouraging this. She encouraged it. Ellie was. This was the second episode in a row where Ellie said, "This we've got to go back. This isn't good. You're pregnant." So Dina's really more to blame now that they're continuing this. Nothing about what they're doing is meant to seem rational. The show highlights how dangerous an irrational love or the loss of it can truly be. Yeah, I know, Steve. Doesn't stop me from being annoyed by it, though. Frustrated is what I mean. Dina keeps going because she loves Ellie, and Ellie refuses to go home because of her love for Joel. Yeah. And The Last of Us love is not a moral compass, it's a weapon. And when wielded blindly, it becomes an inexorable force of destruction, fueled by irrational behavior and grief. Wow, really well said, Steve. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, that was really beautifully said. Like, impressive. Um, the game is roughly 26 hours. Holy shit. Jesus. That's longer than the show itself for sure. That's like 26-hour long episodes. Think of it like that. Oh my God. Maybe I could watch like sections of it or something. Jesus, 26 hours, that would take forever. But I do want to watch at least some of it and compare for sure. Yes, hey Shorty Womp Womp, Jersey girl. Yes, Walmart is a mean company. It's a terrible company to work for. I will say though, they treated us better and we got better perks than Kohl's. So I would recommend working for Walmart over Kohl's, believe it or not. Walmart does, well, I don't know if they still do this anymore. Maybe they don't. But when I worked there in 2008, they did actual bonuses every quarter. If their company profits exceeded a certain margin, they gave us bonus checks. I think that's unheard of. Now, they might not do that anymore. Even part-timers got it. I just got less than the full-timers. So that's pretty sweet, I gotta say. They had better policies than Kohl's. Trust me. But again, it's another evil corporation. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. Well, thanks, Muncher Luncher. Yes, it takes more muscles to frown than just to reach over and smack the other person. I like how you turned that around. Because when I started to read that, I thought that doesn't sound like you. There's got to be a joke to this, and there is. But thank you. Yeah, it's a crappy job. Let's do a viewing of the first Last of Us game playthrough, and there won't be any spoilers for the third season like there would be in the second half of the second game. Yeah, I'd be up for that, JT Moore. I don't know if I could watch 26 hours of it, but we could watch important parts of it. I would really like to do that. Rosita and Jesus from The Walking Dead looked like they were going to Supercuts. Jersey Girl? Really? Okay. So yeah, this is a common thing too. On Lost, sometimes people looked impossibly good. I mean, most of the time they looked rough. Don't get me wrong, they looked rough, they looked dirty, but sometimes they looked a little too put together, let's say. But hey, still the Sage. Nice to see you. 26 hours is like one and a half of a Julie P live stream. Yeah, you have a point there. It's actually not that bad when you think of it that way. I can spend this much time on a live, so anyway. Um, oops, I clicked on something wrong. Hi Scott. In the first game, Ellie spent more than a year with Joel in their travels alone, then more after their first game in the colony too. Yeah, so that's interesting. A whole year. It seemed like it must have been a long time, but for the sake of TV, they had to kind of speed things up a bit. I'm sure they had to cut some stuff out. Ellie's portion of the game is roughly 10 to 12 hours. Wow. Anyway, so now they're in this building and Dina pointed out that there's a door open and nothing has come out to kill them yet, so that's a good sign. She suggests that well, she's about to go look in through the door, and Ellie points out that she's the one who can't get infected, so she should be the one to go look. So they kind of have
Sound
to trade
reasoning.
off here. Right. So they have a trade-off here. Dina is basically the brains of the operation. They make a good team in that regard. Dina is great at planning out their, strategizing everything they need to do, mapping out where they need to go. And Ellie is the one, she's like the muscle. Dina's the brain, Ellie's the muscle. Ellie can take the risks and put the plan into motion because she's immune. But she's not immune to getting ripped apart. And she needs to remember that. She's not invincible. But she looks through and there's nothing there. So they proceed. And um I mean they Dina's wrong in this calculation though. She miscalculates this. She doesn't think that there would be a horde in there because she doesn't think that a horde would just stay in there and leave the surrounding wolves alone who patrol areas not too far away. A horde would know that those people are there and go for them. But so she's thinking, well, there could only be maybe one or two or a few strays, not too many infected in here, and they've taken on small numbers of them before, so they can do it again. She's wrong, though. There turn out to be a lot more than just a handful in there. So I guess I don't know. These infected who have evolved beyond just clickers. These are stalkers that they come upon. I don't know, maybe they operate differently. A larger number of them, a horde of stalker infected. I guess, they might not be as like aggressive on the offense and like going and I don't know. I don't really, to be honest, I don't know how to explain it because there was a horde, I mean, well, the horde that attacked the Jackson compound, maybe they were not stalkers. Maybe that's how you explain it. They were just regular clickers. And these are a different breed. These are the smart ones, these are the stalkers. So they kind of lie in wait and they don't go out and attack unless you kind of show up. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me that there were so many of them in here, and there are wolf patrols nearby, but I don't know. Anyway, they go down the hall, and um, there's a lot of suspense, tension building, listening for clickers, and then they start to hear something, so they get down and look around, and they see a I think that's a I don't know if that's an infected that died or if it's a person, but I think it's a person. Really ripped up person.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they
Mm.
look up and there's this really unsettling clicker, not a clicker, a stalker, I think they're called stalkers,
Mhm.
where it pops up and then it hides again instead of charging at them like a regular clicker would do. It it hides. So they realize that they're dealing with the smart kind here, like Ellie saw near Jackson before, the one that bit her. So they listen, and so they think that they can handle it because they think it's just 2-on-1, but when they look again, they see more. They see more. So they look again and there are more of them, and then now they're like, okay, what do we do? Let's go back the way we came. But they look up and there's even more than they thought. There there are a bunch of them. I'm not sure how many, but there's a lot, and they're kind of surrounded. So now they're in panic mode, and they don't know, Dina now doesn't have a plan anymore. Dina's great at planning, but in this situation, she doesn't know what the hell to do. Ellie has to take the lead, and Ellie basically decides she's going to like basically die for Dina if that's what it takes. She doesn't say that outright, but she says, um, "You run over into this area, like this fenced off area, where she can close the door behind her, and they can't get in, and she'll attract them the other way, and try to kill as many as she can." And she says she can get bit many times and it won't hurt her. But what she's not saying is, you know, she's not immune to dying by getting ripped apart. So she knows exactly what she's doing. That she's probably gonna have to die to save Dina. Um, and so she does. The showrunners in the featurette after the episode said that Ellie was, making that choice, knowing that she's probably gonna die. That's what it's come to. She's gonna die to save Dina. And she starts shooting. Dina runs for the fenced off little area. She makes it in there, closes it, but the infected are like attacking the outside of it, trying to bust in. She shoots at them. Ellie's shooting at as many as she can. It's very dark, so the images aren't really clear, but it's just kind of chaos, and Ellie gets tackled by this beauty. It's we don't get a nice clear view of it like in the previous one where she was attacked by a stalker, but they look similar to the stalkers she's seen before. And and Dina runs out of bullets, so they're basically cooked, the two of them. Dina has no more bullets. The infected are about to bust their way into that caged area. They make a hole. Ellie is, you know, definitely about to die, and you can see like there are a bunch of those things climbing on the cage Dina's in, and she's got no bullets left. So this is the kind of unforeseen stuff that can happen, and this is too much for the two of them to take on, clearly. Um, Ellie and Joel were able to take on a lot alone together, but this is a threat unlike anything Ellie and Joel ever encountered. Between the militia and the scars and the stalker infected, it's a whole other ball game. But in the nick of time, Ellie looks up and this shadowy figure had shot the infected who was on top of her, and she's kind of dazed and confused. And for a moment, she almost thinks it's Joel and forgets that Joel is dead. Joel is always the one who came to her rescue. So you see that hand reaching down and picks her up off the floor, and of course it's not Joel, it's Jesse, but she was dazed. So that's a bittersweet moment. Joel was always the one to come to her rescue. And he helps them get out of there. He shoots all of the infected around them. So he gets them out of there. When they get out, um the gunshots have been heard by the wolves apparently, so now the wolves are shooting at them. He shoots back at them. They manage to get away and run toward the woods, and they figure they'll just run into the woods and lose them. And then they realize, though, there must be some kind of threat in the woods because, well, they're not followed. The wolves don't follow them into the woods, so that's a bad sign. That means there are either a lot of infected there or, well, we find out that it's something else. But they have no other option but to continue through anyway, so they go. Ellie asks what he's doing there, how he found them, and she's very resentful of the fact that he had to save them, that she wasn't able to protect Dina herself. She says they would have been fine, they were doing fine, and then he's like, "Oh, really?" He kind of confronts her on it, and she's like, "Until we weren't." Yeah. Um, she doesn't want to admit that she failed to protect Dina and he had to come to the rescue. She feels like that's her role, and she feels threatened by Jesse too, because remember, he was on again, off again dating Dina for a long time. She's carrying his child. So there's some awkward love triangle stuff there. And, she's not too happy. Even though he just saved their asses, she's not too happy with him anyway. It's her pride that got hurt. But it's just kind of funny. And in the moment, I would just be relieved to be alive and maybe have the pride issue later. She's already feeling resentful. And then they stumble on the scars, and this is the scene I was dreading because I really didn't want to see this at all. I don't I don't like to see this kind of violence. But in the previous episode, they showed 5 hanging wolf bodies with their intestines hanging out. And now we get to see it in action, the way that they do this. Apparently, this is their MO, the Seraphites. They hang people and disembowel them at the same time. And it's pretty twisted. It's pretty twisted. I could have done without seeing this, to be honest with you. Don't I didn't need to see it. Oh shit, Scarlet dropped off. I'm sorry. How long were you back there?
Yeah, probably about 10 minutes.
I'm sorry. I was wondering why you were so quiet.
I just
I
drew a giraffe. I was just drawing the giraffe. That's on my avatar because I'm like, I'll just draw something. Get myself
I don't have,
occupied.
you know, this laptop, most of the sound works fine on it. I can hear things like I'm supposed to hear them on almost everything, but there's still certain select few things that I don't hear. And one of them is the notification sound for StreamYard, and I don't know why. Um, I think I have it on. Um, yeah, I don't know. Sorry about that.
That's good.
So, let's see what you guys are saying before I keep going. Um, and please hit the like button if you haven't yet to help people find the stream. Helps with the algorithm. Um, Ellie and Joel also traveled 3,500 miles. Wow. That's yeah, that's a lot. Um, so Dieter, yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't really need to do it every hour, but after 2 hours, maybe standing up and walking for a few minutes, doing it more often. Thank you for that. Yeah, I should do something like that. Samuel, that's over 60,000 football fields. Jeez. Wow. And welcome back, Amy. Ice cream. That's a good way to ease the pain of a lousy day. Ice cream is like my comfort food. 60,000 football fields is 21,600,000 feet long. Jesus. Yeah, they went a long way. Um, the cast from Lost definitely looked good. Yeah, they did, Muncher Luncher. A little too good for people on a deserted island. Harold Perrineau is a masterpiece. Yes, 100%. Um, Steve, so about the stalkers, that's basically the gist of it. They're basically ambushing predators and opportunists. Okay. So that's why they don't really go out on the offense against people out on the outside. Thank you, Scott, for that. Yes, please like and subscribe and enable notifications. Muncher said, "I'm just glad Scarlet, aka Wild, is back."
I'd never left.
Well,
I was just
Muncher Luncher
backstage the
missed
whole
you.
time. Yeah, no, thank
Well,
you.
Muncher Luncher also missed you last night too.
Oh, oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, he said it in the chat. Um,
Yeah, I was a
Steve's,
little. I was so far gone, I didn't even know if you were having a live or not. So,
no worries. Um, so Steve said there were 11 stalkers in that building per Craig Mazin. Um, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Um, I don't know what I don't know how many constitute a horde. I don't know, maybe that's not enough for a horde. How big does it have to be for it to be a horde? But definitely too much for the two of them alone. Hmm. Let's see. Stalkers are more intimidating than any other infected. Yeah, well, yeah, they kind of are, although that Mushroom King thing, the bloater, I call him the Mushroom King. Bloaters are those are behemoths. That's pretty damn scary. They can bust through walls. Um, but stalkers are they're so stealthy, so there's something really creepy about them in a different way. Jesse got me feeling ways. I'm a straight dude. Joel who? Jesse was hot in this episode. He was hot. I like pissed off badass Jesse coming to save the day. Yeah. I liked that. He could save me anytime. He was hot. Like I like he's one of those guys that looks good pissed off.
mm.
When he had that pissed off face on when Ellie was asking him how he found them and he's like, I really don't want to do I look like I want to talk to you right now? And it was just something about it was hot to me. Really hot. Um Mustard tin can. Hey, welcome. Mustard. Show done fumbled. They should have casted Tom Holland as Ellie. Tom Holland. What? A dude? Is that I don't know if that's a typo or what, but that's I know I've heard a lot of people say they should have cast someone else as Ellie. I know, like a lot of people have issues with the casting and she looks like a little kid. Uh I don't think she needs to look like the video game character, but she does kind of have a very childish look to her, so I can understand why some people think it's not a good fit. I like Joel with the gray hair. It made him sexier. Amy, yeah, he was hot with even with additional gray hair. He was hot. He was you know, turning into a silver fox there. Mustard, poor Jesse, you're better than both of them. Yeah, well, he's got more sense than both of them. More common sense. Jersey Girl says it's more Twilight-ish. Wait, Twilight-ish? It's some Twilight-ish. I don't know what that means, but
Like
I like
Twilight?
the emoji. I like, huh?
Like Vampire Twilight?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is that what?
Oh.
I don't know if that's what she means, but yeah, I've never seen Twilight, so if there are parallels here, I don't know. Jesse deserves better, giving me Jim Matthews vibes. Yeah, he does. He does deserve better. Jesse is the Asian guy who came and saved them. Um, Dina, Dina's just been kind of screwing around, playing with his feelings, I think, but not on purpose, not to be vindictive. She's repressed her bisexuality her whole life because her mother told her she can only like boys. So she didn't mean to jerk Jesse around. No wonder Isaac went medieval on that naked dude. Yeah, it's starting to become more understandable, isn't it, Muncher Luncher? But I still am not in favor of torture. I think they're both despicable, both groups. They're both um they're both really like ruthless and um monstrous in different ways, and it just becomes a tit for tat, uh well, endless cycle of violence between the two. You did this to me, so I do this to you. It's like no one can even remember how it started, but each one thinks the other one started it or provoked them first. They're both terrible. Oh, yeah, I thought he's Korean, but I wasn't sure. I think Park that sounds like a Korean name too, but I could be wrong. The lady in the beginning.
Hmm.
I kind of hope Dina bites the curb on this one. It's too chill. Yeah, Mustard, I was saying earlier that I don't think Dina's going to survive this series because she might survive the season, but I think by the end she's going to die because I just feel like there needs to be a cost to being this reckless, and Ellie might have to learn the hard way that this is a mistake. And can you imagine them living happily ever after in the end, raising the baby? Because I can't. Uh, oh, I find tall Korean men attractive myself, Amy. Um, but not you with Jesse, huh? Oh, yeah, I have a thing for tall Korean men. I love K-pop, so yeah, that's that's definitely attractive for sure. I love the K-pop artists too, like dye their hair crazy colors and wear all kinds of makeup, and it's really artistic, and I find that attractive too. Vanilla bean ice cream, nice. Um, oh, okay, he's not Korean. Well, yeah, I didn't know what. I think the lady in the beginning was. That name sounds Korean, but I could be wrong. Um, like there's an artist in one of my favorite K-pop groups who's named Park Juni. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but so that name Park, that lady, I think she was Korean, but this guy, I have no idea. Um, so anyway, Steve said I think a horde would be like 20 or more, I guess. Okay, thank you for that. Jesse is the GOAT this season. Yeah, I'm really liking Jesse right now, Mustard. I'm with you. Let's see. Amy said, according to Google, a horde is an amorphous description, a crowd of 20 to 50 on average, but can number into the thousands. Okay. Um, yeah, thanks for the suggestion, Dieter. I appreciate it. Right now, I just need to rest longer because I did a lot of exercise and my pain actually needs me to rest right now. But I'll get up when I need to. Ellie, Jesse, Tommy, Abby, Manny. There are a lot of names that end with that syllable, Muncher, that have that E syllable. Um, Manny, I don't know who Manny is. Maybe they're introducing that person later. Scott, the worst part is that when they bite you or an open wound gets infected in your blood, there's no cure. Yeah, that's right. Steve sat up straight as an arrow, but Jesse is a good-looking dude. Indeed. I hate to say it, but people saying Bella is a good choice because she's good at acting. In my opinion, she's not. Yeah, some people are saying that. I think she's good at acting, but it's a matter of preference. Some people don't agree. Um, the love triangle. Yep, there's definitely a triangle going on here. Oh, and I said something that I don't know what I said to necessitate pause, but I walked into something again. Uh, Thank you for dropping the link to the Discord, Dieter. That's where we do the watch parties for the show every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episode drops. So if you want to join, that's the link. It's also in the description of the video. We also do watch parties for lots of movies and TV shows. Some of them are in this similar kind of genre to From or Severance, similar kind of concepts. And some are just horror movies, sometimes comedies, classic movies, or current, whatever we feel like watching. I think next we're going to watch Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4 on Saturday night. So we do a lot of those watch parties. S-
To see a
Um,
young Patricia Arquette,
mm, yes.
Dream Warriors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Um, Jesse is a daddy. I mean that literally. Dana's got a bun in the oven. Yes. Yeah, literally and figuratively in a, different kind of sense of the word. Yeah.
Now the baby
Um,
has two dads.
hmm Yeah, because Ellie's gonna be a dad too. I'm gonna be a dad. That line. Um, it sucks, bro. I know it's part of the game, but Pascal was carrying so hard.
Mm.
Yeah, Mustard. Pedro Pascal, I think, was really carrying the show. So it's too bad. It's too bad it had to be this way. I really miss him. And seeing a whole episode full of flashbacks, it's just going to be sad and bittersweet to me. I'd almost rather them not even do it. They should have shown us that stuff before he died and at least have some good times and see it before he was dead. Making it a flashback just makes it depressing to me. Hi, Doc. Nice to see you. Um, Let me know if you want to join, if you have anything you want to say. I'll send you a link, Doc. Um, if you want to just not just briefly. I mean, like if you just want to come on, period. Not just as a call in. Um, let's see. She leaves Ellie to go on without her in the game, if I remember correctly. Really, Scott? Oh, interesting. Um, Scott, knowing this show, Ellie will probably grow a beard. Oh, Jesus. And live with Tina on a farm. Nah, I doubt it's gonna be like that. I think Ellie identifies as a girl. She was just joking. Jesse could be Martian ethnicity and I would still follow him out of that crap hole. Yeah, me too, I'm sure. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Amy, I've watched some K-dramas. Um, yeah, thanks for suggesting that. I'll star that so I can go back to it later. Yeah, 'cause I've watched a few K-dramas. I love the Korean language. It's like music to my ears. It's ASMR. Big reason why I love K-pop. So I love I love hearing it spoken too. There was a lot that was in game 2 that hasn't come to pass yet. The show will probably change it anyway. Yeah, they're starting to make some changes.
I'm
Um,
waiting for one specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say.
Okay.
Probably would be upsetting to you.
Oh boy. Another upsetting thing is gonna happen? Oh,
Well, of course.
yeah, it's The Last of Us. What should I expect?
Yeah, exactly.
Amy, you get to be a dad, and you get to be a dad. You all get to be a dad. Mustard says that scene was nasty. Dina letting Ellie snake her zombie infected. Oh, jeez. Well, it can't be very hygienic. I mean, yeah, like they can't wash their hands, so yeah, I was thinking of that. Yeah, I love K-pop, K-dot, all, all the special K. Um, yeah, imagine her baby gets infected because of the, yeah, it's kind of nasty to think of. Um, so anyway, so now we have to see
It's
this.
too like zombie mustard.
What? What did you say?
Oh, they were talking about zombies and just they're talking about
Mm.
mustard and they're talking about zombies. So I'm thinking zombie mustard's on our hands, and so if zombies can create mustard,
Oh,
and that's what would
okay.
be on our fingers. Crusty
Mm-hmm.
zombie mustard.
Mm-hmm. Okay then. Um,
Well, plus there's mustard
so,
in the chat as well, so I didn't know if people were talking to mustard but they were talking about Belgian mustard and American mustard.
mm,
I've
well,
been to the Museum of Mustard in Wisconsin.
there's a museum of mustard.
Oh yeah, they have mustard from the beginnings of mustard. They have like about 2,000 mustard bottles and a whole mustard bar where you can test mustards out.
Wow. It
The
sounds
guy behind the
horrible. I hate
counter that's very, very, very passionate about mustard. The guy serving you the little samples of mustard.
I hate mustard, so that would be a terrible experience for me.
Probably, I would assume so.
Yeah, I hate all mustard. Unless it's DJ Mustard. I love DJ Mustard. Um, who did produced the amazing. We have Mustard to thank for that amazing "Not Like Us" beat and TV Off as well. I like that mustard. That's the only mustard I
Yeah,
like.
so you could say
DJ
that's
DJ
the one mustard.
DJ Mustard played a set at the beginning of the show, which I didn't see either, but I'm not into just DJ stuff, so I don't really feel like I missed anything there. Mustard is really cool and stuff, but I'm not into watching a DJ just whatever doing whatever DJs do. Um, it would have been cool to see it, but that's okay. I got to see Mustard come out and just be on stage with Kendrick when he did the TV off part with I mean you have to have Mustard there when he screams that mustard, you have to have Mustard there. So I think it's so cool that he brought his producer on tour with him. That dude must be on top of the world right now. I'm so happy for that kid. Like not kid, but like that guy. Like he's just he's having the time of his life. He sent Kendrick beats every day for years, and then Kendrick finally took one, and it turns into this cultural phenomenon, not like us. And Mustard is now, I'm sure, made a fortune off of it. He's got a huge like Mustard M chain that he wore at the Super Bowl, and it's just so cool to see. Um, Kendrick, and then Kendrick really giving him his flowers by having him produce another song, which is another banger for his surprise album. And I know when he wrote that part where he screamed mustard, I just know he did that on purpose, knowing at the time he was going to be playing the Super Bowl and touring, and he wanted the crowd to really give him his flowers, like, his producer for that amazing song that became a global phenomenon. And And look, now you have stadiums, sold out stadiums full of people screaming mustard everywhere, and at the Super Bowl too. I just think that's awesome. A lot of people, don't really necessarily appreciate their own producers like that and give them their credit. But he's brought them along for the ride with all this. It's cool. It's so wholesome. Like, dude, it's just so wholesome and sweet. Um, but anyway, like, back to this from that wholesome guy to this horrific scene. Let's get back on topic. So we have to watch this whole thing, and he's begging and pleading with them, saying that he'll convert um, to be a Seraphite. He'll convert, and he knows things. He can tell them. He said he knows stuff about what the wolves are doing. He can tell them anything. He's saying anything he can to try to get them to spare his life, but they won't consider it, no matter what he says. And somebody said what the name of this is last time. I don't remember now. It's not a Sith, but something else. Um, because I think a Sith has a longer handle, like the Grim Reaper has. A scythe, um, which would have a longer handle. This is short, but whatever it is, this is what they use. We get treated to a disemboweling scene. Great. It's not too graphic, thankfully. They don't show it close up, but he goes up to him, and he's so sinister. He says that this guy is marked by sin or something. He's full of sin, and like this will free him by doing this to him. So they're doing him a favor. It's okay that they're hanging and disemboweling him because he's full of sin, and they're setting him free, and so he can be with the prophet and all of this insanity. The guy's the guy is just screaming and pleading, and he won't even consider um changing his mind. And and they like raise him up so that he's being partially choked, but they won't let him just get off that easily and just hang eh, to death. They put a bucket under his feet, so he's your natural instinct is to try and live when you do that, when somebody does that to you. Um, so he's like, holding onto the bucket with his feet as best he can. And unfortunately, that means he's alive to have his intestines ripped out. Um, and, like they're all being culty and they chant something. I forget what they chant. Like, um, something about cleansing him of sin, and I don't know. It's culty language. They're all clearly drunk on this Kool-Aid. There are some Seraphites that are more extreme. I think most of them are more extreme like this, and there are some others who are not. But these seem to be the more extreme sort of people who think that the prophet like magically does things for them, and that's just not that. That's not how all of them are. There are some that they consider heretics who just think that they need to live by her teachings, but she's not going to magically protect them. Um, anyway, don't worry, I'm not gonna show anything too graphic. It didn't get too graphic. They show it from a distance like that, so you can't really see much. And everyone is watching in horror. Um, and then he says, now he's free, or something to that effect. So yeah, it's like they did him a favor. Um, and then apparently, one of them must have spotted them, I guess, because an arrow comes flying into Dina's leg. Because not only do they have that group there, they have some others kind of patrolling the woods and whistling to each other and stuff. So someone, I don't know, someone must have spotted them. Dina gets shot in the leg with an arrow, uh and Ellie tells Jesse to get her to safety, and Ellie will lead them in the other direction. So Jesse does that. He carries Dina off, and this guy yells like something like, you can't run. She sees all. Like she'll see you, meaning the prophet. So Ellie does the kind of cliched fall as she's running away, and of course she falls. And then she realizes like she can't outrun these people, so she finds a hiding spot. She sees like this gigantic tree that has a hole in it. So she gets in the tree, and they all kind of look around, but nobody thinks to look in that spot. So yeah, they kind of give up and leave the area. I will say, the hair is cool. I like the women's hair. I'm not a fan of the men's, the way the men have their hair, but yeah, the ladies' hair is pretty with the Heidi braids around the head. That's pretty. They all have the same hairdo and the scars on their faces. I'm guessing that's what the holy mortification ritual is when they scar their faces. As children, no less. They don't even wait till they're adult. And they're living like, with no modern technology. So Dina pointed this out earlier in the episode that um she pointed out when she was listening on the radio, they talk to each other, the wolves talk to each other, um, and they openly talk about where people are located on the radio. So clearly they're not afraid someone else could intercept their transmission. And from that, Dina really cleverly deduces that the the Seraphites, they don't know what their name is, of course, but this group of people that wolves are fighting must live primitively. And she's right about that, clearly. She said, it's kind of like this group, she said, called the Amish. They used to live like it was still the 1800s. They were around before the apocalypse. So I guess there are no more Amish people in this world on the show. And she said it must be something like that. Like this group doesn't have technology they can't intercept radio transmissions, and and she's right, that's clearly how they live. They they don't they don't use guns apparently. They just have bows and arrows. I think there's one specific type of gun that they have, which Isaac mentioned, and I don't remember what it was called, but otherwise it's mostly just bows and arrows, torches, not flashlights, very primitive. Um and Ellie says, "Oh, that's good. Then the wolves will be overconfident because they're not expecting anyone to be able to pick up on their radio transmissions, and that's how they find out stuff like where Nora is and start heading in that direction." That's something I meant to mention earlier. Anyway, they leave. Ellie comes out, and she's about to go after Jesse and Dina like she was supposed to, but then she spots the hospital in the distance, which was the target where they were headed. That's where they heard where Nora is on the radio. And Ellie can't resist going on by herself with nobody to cover her ass. She can't resist going. And she's kind of consumed by that desire for revenge. So she heads that way. And taking this on by herself, again, it makes no sense, but it's not supposed to make sense. These people's behavior is not rational. It's like Steve was saying earlier, their love is weaponized in this, and their insatiable thirst for revenge. It's not a rational thing. So she goes into situations like this where it seems like she has no chance, but she doesn't care. She doesn't think it through. She just acts. Um, the guy on patrol here guarding the building um follows the dog who goes nuts, smelling Ellie there. But Ellie crawls into that little hole into the hospital, and he assumes that whatever went in there must be an animal because this hole is so small. Well, you haven't met Ellie because Ellie is a really little woman, so she was able to crawl through that tiny space. And so the guy just gives up and leaves. Well, before I move on, so there's Nora. We have Nora now. So Ellie has already found one of them. I'm surprised it was that easy. I'm gonna check in with the chat before I continue, though. We're 2 hours in and we're already near the end of the episode. I can't believe it. I'm never able to get through it as quickly as this. So I I can foresee this actually wrapping up a lot earlier than usual, which is really all for the best for me with the amount of pain I'm in. And tomorrow I have a really unpleasant test I have to go get done on my legs. Um, so I'm not looking forward to that. And whatever I can do to take care of myself so that it's not an even worse experience than it's already gonna be. I need to do. I need to take better care of myself tonight. So when we wrap this thing up, I think we'll be able to do it earlier, and I'll do what I need to do to take care of myself and work on my videos too. I'm backlogged on my videos. So let me see what you guys are discussing though first before we get into this last segment. This is already the last section of the episode. Hmm. Okay. So, hmm. What's now normal today? Writers abusing the people who watch these shows. The new gimmick they think we love. Scott. Yeah, sometimes it feels that way. I get what you're saying. Dieter, I'm eating a sandwich like last night. It's the other half of the sandwich I was having last night. Hi, Trace. Hope you're doing well tonight. Um, Mustard likes mustard. You don't say. Mustard tin can likes mustard. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, so um okay. Yeah, this was hard to watch, Amy. I watched the whole thing, but I thought I was gonna have to look away myself. But it wasn't as graphic as I expected it was gonna be. They didn't actually do a close up on the disemboweling part, thankfully. They spared us from that. Um Doc said I think I need to rewatch this episode. I've now watched it 3 times, I think. It was I think a really strong episode. Everybody in the watch party was saying, like a lot of people were saying that this is the best episode yet this season. And I don't know. I don't know. I would have a hard time choosing between this one and the previous one. Episode 4 was excellent too, but I'd say this is probably the best. I'd have to agree with a lot of people who said so. Steve, yeah, the Seraphite dude's voice was great. It was very sinister. It was very sinister. Poor guy. I felt bad for that wolf guy. I mean, nobody deserves to die like that. I was cruel. Good evening, Real Cinema Therapy, aka Lori. Um, Real Cinema, are you still doing content on The Last of Us? Like, are you still putting out videos? I haven't been able to keep up with everybody's stuff. I haven't even been able to keep up with my own stuff, but I know you've been doing some really interesting content on that, and thought you might be a little tied up with Dead City, I think now. Um, and I would encourage everybody to check out her content. She has done content on this show. analyzing it from a psychological perspective, which is perfect for shows like this. Psychological issues are really at the root of everything that's happening, trauma and grief, so her insight is really needed for a show like this. Um, so yeah, everybody check out her channel. She's got really interesting stuff. She's also done content on and continues to do content on shows like Yellow Jackets. She did stuff on Severance. Um, and I believe she'll be covering Dead City. So, um, I also put her channel link in the description of my video. So if you're listening on the replay, I'd encourage you to check out her channel. She has such great insight into this show. And the other shows that she covers. If you watch those, if you watch this show, then you might also be a Walking Dead universe fan as well. So, um, let's see. She said, I think the flashbacks with Joel should have been shown earlier and interspersed in all the episodes. I agree with this. To spend the sixth episode entirely in flashbacks breaks up continuity and lead into the finale. Yeah, I agree. Um, I think they should have spread them out, and now it looks like we're getting a massive dose of flashback all at once. So, but they in season one they did a similar thing in the penultimate episode. It was a flashback. I think that was the episode that was a flashback to when Ellie had to kill her best friend. Um, and when Ellie got infected. Somebody, oh my, oh my God, what the hell? Hold on a second. It sounds
What?
like one of the cats is fighting with the other one.
Oh yeah. Excuse me. Tomorrow, I do believe at 11 p.m. EST on Sci-Fi Vision, me and Jamie will be talking about the animals of Yellow Jackets, their folklore, and how they relate to certain characters in Yellow Jackets. I really would appreciate it if people would show up because we haven't done a Yellow Jackets in a long time, and it should be a lively conversation. I'd like to get some people in the chat. We might watch the finale of Yellow Jackets season 3 before. I'm not completely sure because Jamie's got some personal issues right now, so I don't know. I'm hoping it actually goes on tomorrow, but it would be fun because I would just have an animal. I talk about the animal, like let's say rabbits, and then we would relate the mythology and the folklore of the rabbit to like Shauna and the other characters, and to see if it fits her or if it fits something connected to her own character. So that's what we'd be going for, and maybe I'll put. Oh, Kelly. It's at 11 p.m. EST on Sci-Fi Vision. And then the week after, on May 22nd, we're going to have a recap of season 3. And I kind of want to do a tier system, and I don't know if Jamie's going to want to do a tier system or not, but take all the different plot points for season 3 and then put them on a tier chart. I mean, even to the point where I think I might split some things, like the coach's trial, the beginning and the end of it, because I feel like those are two different things. And then maybe the Froggers, like the story of the Froggers in the beginning, and then the end of the Froggers story, because I feel I would put them on a different grading thing on the tier. And that would happen on the 22nd at 11 p.m. EST. So it would be really fun. I hope that like people would come to the animal, especially because I like all the animal imagery on the show, and how I just found out. I just had an amazing like epiphany that Shauna's mask not only looks like Jack Skellington, the baseball cap with the eyes cut out of it, but it looks like a moth. It looks the little horns on the top look like little antennae. And what has she been thinking about and having visions about and little dreams about? Moths. So she's got some moth imagery going on. The contrast with Jackie's butterfly imagery and all the butterflies that Callie's been wearing. And so we'll definitely talk about butterflies and moths. They were kind of like in the one place that I considered other, because I was going to talk about all the specific animal masks. But now I feel like I need to talk about butterflies and moths. So I can put a link, Amy. I can put a link on in the chat, but I would have to go out of the chat. So I'll probably go out of the chat when Julie comes back from separating her felines, I guess, from doing that. Oh, that's cool, Lori. I mean, if you want to come on, even if you want to come on for a little bit tomorrow, you can. I could give you the Steam Yard link. I know that you said you were working, but I mean, it'll be interesting afterwards. I think it's probably going to go for a couple of hours, and then I think I'm going to timestamp each animal. So if somebody wants to just look up rabbit or I thought that Misty had a lot of cat symbolism, like does with like birds. Laura Lee with a bear. So I'll probably list all of them. Some of them have crossovers, like the wolves. With Ty and Van, like Ty sees the wolves, but Van gets attacked by the wolves. So I'll be kind of talking how that kind of interacts with everything. But then, like, Van has the skunk on her head, which is kind of a cool, like, animal. That was probably not a very good, like, you know, Friday night meal for them with a skunk. But I mean, I like to hear the story of the skunk and if they actually ate skunk. But yeah, I'll be like that. And then I think on Friday we're having FROMacademy with Doc, and that starts around 11:30. It's been starting. I don't know if me and Julie are gonna do the residents this week. We probably won't finish it out because we still have to watch episode 7 and 8 of the residents,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm assuming might happen the Friday after this one. You back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was talking about From
Yep.
Academy. I didn't think you wanted to do the residents this week. Probably
Yeah.
next week.
Because of my birthday, I'm now behind on my videos again. So I'll need time to be able to get caught up. I have to do two Handmaid's Tale videos and a Last of Us video this week. So so by next week I'll be able to actually catch up and we can finally finish the residents. So sorry about the delay with that, but I fully intend to do it. I obviously love the show. So next week we can do that. We can do a watch party on Friday night for the Residents episodes 7 and 8, and then break those episodes down and do From Academy after that. This Friday we can just do what we did the last one. Um, start at 11:30, like you were saying, and Doc will join around 12:30. But we can we can just chat, talk from stuff and greet the chat until Doc can join. And we've been having a really great time the last couple Fridays doing that with the topic of solving mysteries, mystery solving techniques, and how to use them to unravel mysteries. Like from it leads to some awesome theory discussions. We're having a great time with it, and we still have more content that we haven't gotten to. So we're going to continue that this Friday with Doc. But anyway, so I separated so when I went in there, it was my mom's cat Timmy fighting being a bully with my mom's other cat Henry, and I felt bad. Henry is so meek, and I had to go help him. Like Timmy was after Timmy attacked him, he went and crouched in the doorway of the living room, and Henry couldn't go in. They both sleep in there at night, and Henry couldn't go in, so I made Timmy get out of the way, and Henry was too afraid, so I had to carry him in there and put him where he sleeps. Poor thing. He's 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 a very old, I mean, not very old, but they're all getting old. They're older cats. He's he was my grandma's beloved cat, and Timmy bullies him every now and then. It's so mean. So, but no harm done. I I broke that up. Um anyway, so let's see. Where did I leave off in the chat here? Thank you, Dieter. You posted links to my socials. Um, I don't use Instagram and Facebook as much as I should. I need to get back to doing more on Facebook and Instagram too. I post a little bit more on Twitter than the others because I find it's better for promotion, but I'm going to be using all of them more. Steve said the Seraphites will use bolt. Oh, that's the word. That's the thing I couldn't remember. Thank you. Bolt action rifles. Seraphite soldiers are allowed to use a limited amount of technology in the game. Okay. So I don't know what kind of rifle that is, but I'm assuming it's like not as good as what the wolves have though. Uh, okay, oops. When Ellie sees that door is when Dina's mistake of giving her permission to choose violence comes back to bite her in the ass, and Ellie leaves her to pursue Nora instead of helping her. True. Um, instead of going back and I mean, she doesn't know what happened to Jesse and Dina. Jesse ran off with Dina. She doesn't even know if they're dead or alive, and but Ellie's thirst for vengeance just consumes her, and so she pursues that hospital and she forgets everything else. Um, thanks, Amy and Dieter. I'm really dreading this. It's a skin biopsy for a test for small fiber neuropathy that I have to do tomorrow. Um, and yes, I will get to my DMs and stuff after the stream and everything. And yeah, and self-care, of course. Yes, please remember to like the stream. Thank you, Doc and Scott. Please remember to like the stream. I would appreciate it. And check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. Dieter dropped the link here. The link is also in the description of this video, so you can find it there if you're listening on the replay. Yes, she's still covering The Last of Us and also Dead City now. So check out her channel. Um, what's Boo doing playing marbles for your glasses? Oh, it wasn't Boo, thankfully. Boo was in here with me. It was the other two. Boo is still recovering from being sick, so I would not want her in the middle of a fight at all. She's still on antibiotics. So, moth versus butterfly. Yeah, butterfly means metamorphosis. And they're going to get into that in the next episode. Um, the meaning of the tattoo on Ellie's arm. And I saw in a preview for the season, there was a scene where the Gail, the therapist, is talking to Joel, and he says a butterfly or a moth, that means change and metamorphosis, right? And Gail said, no, it means death, if you believe in that sort of thing. And so that was ominous. So I think we'll see that flashback next episode and have an explanation for Ellie's tattoos and the choice of tattoo. Scott said I think they almost had to do that flashback earlier if they're planning on changing the story. Although I completely agree with you, that's a lot. That's weird. Yeah. Um, Amy. Well, I didn't even see the cats fighting myself, so I couldn't let you see it because when I got out there, they weren't fighting anymore. But they were, one of them was intimidating the other, so I had to stop that from continuing. So, um, okay. Real Cinema says we didn't get to know Abby this season, and the producers are thinking viewers will wait for next season. It may be too late for that. Right? So it's like what worked in the game may not translate well to TV. It just, it's not going to be the same. You're not, it's just different, playing a game as a character, as a player, you're putting yourself right in their shoes. We're just outsiders watching a TV show, so I don't know if this is going to work. I really don't think it's going to translate well. I don't think people are going to be able to feel that kind of empathy for Abby that the showrunners are going for. I know what they're trying to go for, but um, KP has arrived. Hello, hello, KP. Nice to see you. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. I get that problem a lot. Stiff neck and shoulders. I carry a lot of tension there sometimes, and it used to be constant for a couple of years there. It never would just let up. Um, it's improved a bit since then. Everything else has just gone to shit, my body. But but yeah, I have a lot of tension in there. When you're tense, when your anxiety is bad, then it can definitely affect that area. So you need to, you know, try to do some stretches and loosen it up for sure, like you were saying. Real Cinema, it says, I'm also going to start content for the original The Walking Dead show starting from season 1, episode 1, with lives and videos for it. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's so cool. There are a lot of fans of that show, and so doing a rewatch of that sounds like a great idea. So yeah, any Walking Dead fans, check out her channel. Again, the link is in the description of this video. Um, okay, so there's the link that Scarlet dropped for her live at 11 p.m. Eastern Thursday, talking about the animals of Yellow Jackets. Um, and so that is so they don't have a thumbnail up, but here's a the finale to the channel. So it's going to be on the Sci-Fi Vision channel. So that link will take you to the channel. Um, okay. Yeah, no problem, Dieter. I'll DM you. Steve, yeah, Steve's also using a hot rice bag on his shoulders. Yeah, that can be very helpful. Scott says, the game that's played isn't the cut scenes, so what you're thinking doesn't translate. The cut scenes are only watched without control. Okay. Hmm. Um, Dieter, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It wasn't your idea, but I'll talk to you about it after. The cutscenes frame the game we play between the movie story. Um, okay, yeah. So so there are. I'm from what I understand, I don't know a lot about video games of today, but sounds like cutscenes from the game are those things that you watch and you don't play it. You're just looking at it like a story. Um, Dieter, you're kind of making me anxious. Is this something bad? Now I feel like I need to look at it now, but I'm in the middle of a live. Is there something bad you need to talk to me about, or what here? Give me a hint. You're kind of making me concerned. Yeah, I love you too. Just you're making me a little worried now. 30 people watching. Thank you so much. Please hit the like button and subscribe. Normally, I do these lives on Monday night, but I was at a Kendrick Lamar concert, so um, obviously couldn't do a live stream Monday night. But I will be doing that next week, every Monday. For the final 2 episodes. We got 2 episodes left already. We're already almost at the end of the season. It's super short. It's only 7 episodes. Um, because it's covering the first half of the game, and then season 3 will be the second half of game 2, and I think that will be the final season. So not going to be much left to go. So that for the next 2 Mondays, we'll do the breakdown live streams, and it'll be 10 p.m. Eastern Monday. We'll be back on schedule next week. And we'll have our watch party on Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll stream it right when the episode drops. And then we'll have a discussion on it in the watch party channel. You can unmute and talk or just type in the chat if you want. The link to the watch party is in the description of this video. It's not actually it won't take you right to the watch party, but the link to the Discord is there. So you can, if you're not in the Discord, you can join, and if you have any issues, you can DM me or Dieter in there, and we'll help you out. If you want to join the watch party, it's very easy to do on Sundays for the next 2 Sundays until the show is over. And I will be doing a deep dive on this episode. By Sunday, I'll have it released. It won't be too long. I do shorter ones for this show. There really isn't as much to dissect. So, but I'll definitely make a little video on it and put it out. Definitely by Sunday before the new episode comes out. Um, and welcome back, Scarlet. Um,
Hey, hey, hey.
we're getting close to finishing this up.
Oh
Should
my
be able
god.
to actually finish pretty early.
You
Yeah.
don't say.
Yeah. There's only one more sequence of stuff coming up here with Nora and Ellie. So just a little bit more to go. Um, Scott said it's a scripted story we cannot change. We are only allowed to play with what their story gives us. Almost like we're allowed to play within a certain framework that we can't change.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. Yeah, I've never played a game like that. So
That's when
that's
you
gotta
have
be
to you have to do bad things to your character that you don't necessarily want to do.
that's gotta be frustrating.
It is.
I wouldn't like that, to be honest. But okay, all right. So getting into this, Nora works at the hospital and she's tending to a patient and then she leaves. She has a very sociopathic kind of personality from what I've seen. Like she just I think this is a good capture of her persona right here. Like she just looks cold as ice. She's the one who held Ellie down while they were killing Joel. Um and she she looked like she wasn't even sorry about it at all. She really wasn't. And we get confirmation of that in this episode, like by the way she treats Ellie and the things that she says. She's twisted. Um, yeah. I really didn't
she,
feel the least bit sorry for her, I have to say, with the way things turned out.
I really liked her from the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina.
Oh yeah, she was in that. Um,
That's what I was like.
so
I know where she's from. Okay, I figured it out.
yeah. Um, she she's a really good actress. She did a great job with these scenes. Great at making you hate her. I'll give you that. I'll give her that because she was very effective. And like her scenes in this episode were amazing. She's washing some stuff in the sink, and Ellie comes up behind her and tells her to turn around and put her hands up, which she does. Um, Ellie has the least commanding, the least intimidating voice. I swear to God, like. She looks like a little kid. She sounds like a little kid. When she told her to put her hands up and turn around, you could tell she was trying to sound tough and lowering her vocal tone, but it just doesn't it just didn't work for me. It's not the actress's fault, it's just her voice. You know, she just has a very sweet sounding voice and she looks like a kid. So, like I don't know, I just don't find that intimidating, but she does her best with what she has and she sells it. I think she sells it really well in her scenes with this character, in terms of like the emotion and the rage. It's just like it's just that childlike face and voice that I have a hard time getting past. Um, she asks her, she says, "You remember me?" Oh yeah, you remember me. And you know, she's like, "Where's Abby, Nora?" She makes sure Nora knows that she knows her name. She knows exactly who she is. She knows Nora was the one who held her down while they killed Joel, and and she asks her where Abby is. Nora says she doesn't know, and of course Ellie's not buying it. Asks her again, and Nora does something really twisted. She pretends to be emotional, puts her hands down to kind of disarm Ellie and distract her and says, I'm sorry you had to see that. Uh, like she basically gaslights her. It's like it's really warped. She's like, I'm sorry you had to see that. The way he died, it was a horrible thing. And and uh and then she looked up and said, the little bitch got what he deserved. Jesus. I, I mean, she made Ellie think that she was actually sorry and felt empathy for her for a moment there just to take her by surprise. And this was purely just to make Ellie let her guard down so that she could, um, get away, and it worked. It at least helped her get out of the room when she was at gunpoint because, I mean, she had pointed out that, you can't shoot me here. Everyone will hear it. And Ellie didn't seem deterred at all and said, well, you'll still be dead. Um, so this was her way to get out of the room. She pretended to be remorseful and then said the little bitch got what he deserved, and her whole face changed. She did a great job pretending. Like her eyes even looked like they welled up with tears, and then she says that. Um, that was awful. She doesn't even know Ellie, and Ellie didn't do anything wrong, at least not yet. Um, so to treat her like that, I know she's being held at gunpoint, but I just thought it was twisted and it made her sound like a sociopath to say that. And she doesn't know who Joel was to her, but clearly he was important to her for her to show up like this. It was fucked up that she throws a whole tray full of some liquid at her. I don't know what exactly it is, but I think it was something that she was using to clean um, some dirty rags, and so probably burning her eyes or something like that. I don't think it was just water that she threw at her. It was definitely something
Mm.
else, and it slowed Ellie down and running after her. Nora took off running through the hospital screaming, intruder, intruder, shoot her. Ellie took off after her in a pretty badass chase scene, shooting at her. This part I found really, I had to really suspend my disbelief on this because as they were running through, you could see several people right there, and none of them, these are militia members. None of them were able to successfully shoot Ellie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
It's like,
right.
seriously?
Yeah.
I find I, I find that hard to believe. Not only that, none of them were able to run after them and catch up to them. And like, so Ellie wound up getting her isolated down on that lower floor. How? That's so bizarre. I just had to chalk it up to suspension of disbelief
Yeah.
because that was not believable at all. None of those people, they had a clear shot at Ellie, and none of those people were able to shoot Ellie. Nora went out screaming with a head start on Ellie, intruder, intruder, shoot her. Like, they were all standing there looking, and none of them got Ellie, and none of them caught up to them.
I
You didn't
guess
even
that's the
see anyone
problem with
chase.
I guess that's the problem with video adaptations.
Yeah, yeah, not believable, but whatever.
Well, you have to
In
get
any event,
past a bunch of people shooting you ridiculously, so
yeah, didn't really make much sense, but that's okay.
yeah.
Nora, so Ellie is able to successfully chase Nora into a dead end, essentially. Nora finds there's nowhere for her to go. She's she's um she's blocked in, and then the she sees an elevator shaft um leading to the B2 level where um I think she now it's unclear in the if anyone in the chat if you know the answer to this, let me know. You have any, do you know if Nora was aware that I think she was aware that there are spores down there. Um, she knows
Mm.
about the spores. So it's unclear. Okay, like I know she had nowhere else to go and it was a dead end, but what was her plan? She went through the elevator shaft and it looked like maybe she was planning on climbing up that rope attached to the elevator, but instead the elevator dropped her down. I don't know. Uh, I thought that was pretty strange because she knew there were spores. So it's either you get a quick death with Ellie shooting you, or you definitely die of the spores. And I don't know. Maybe she was going to try to climb up that rope, but the elevator dropped her down, and she wasn't expecting that. Um, even if Ellie had cornered her back there, she could have still tried to talk her way out of it again, like she just did. Maybe, who knows? Maybe someone could have come running. she didn't necessarily have to go through there. Those people she was yelling at, maybe they could have caught up to them and killed and shot Ellie. Ellie might have launched into some kind of speech. She was she was gonna keep trying to interrogate her to find out where Abby is. So I really think Nora made a stupid move here and should have just taken her chances on being cornered by Ellie and hopefully someone catching up to them. But she chooses the stupid path here, and the elevator drops her down to the B2 level, which she sees that and she knows about the spores. Not everybody knows. At the beginning, Hanrahan said the hospital is a resource we can't afford to lose. So only tell the people who essentially who have to know, the most essential people who need to know. Don't tell just everybody. Um, so Nora definitely she knows what they are, so because she makes reference to them. So she's one of those people who was told. Um, and and then Ellie follows her, of course, not knowing anything about that, but she's immune anyway. And she climbs down after her. Then you can hear up above some people finally caught up to them. See, if Nora had just stayed up there and let Ellie corner her, she could have had a fighting chance because those people, they did run after them and you could hear them up there saying, "Oh, like it's open, seal it off," or something. No one followed Nora to help her down there because they know about the spores. They said, seal it off. If she had just stayed put, then maybe they would have been able to come shoot Ellie while she was still interrogating Abby. I mean not Abby, Nora. Anyway,
Mhm.
it was dumb. But Ellie gets down there and it's there you immediately see spores floating in the air. Um,
Mhm.
just look really cool. Nasty cordyceps on the wall, which get really
Mm,
more and more awesome looking too.
mm,
It's so cool the set that they built here with the colorful mold, not mold,
so
fungi.
colorful,
What?
so colorful. Uh,
It's
inhale it in,
it's
everyone.
yeah,
Inhale those spores.
sport. Yeah. Uh, they did a beautiful job creating all this. So, you can see it wafting in the air, the lovely
Yeah,
spores. She sees a guy who's stuck to
and
the
and
wall.
the spores.
Yeah, he's
Mm,
he's stuck to the wall. It's really
mm,
gross. It's so gross, but they did a beautiful job creating it. It's a beautiful, hideous job. It's it's hideous and it's in a
mm,
beautiful way.
yummy spores.
Yeah. Um,
I'm part of the
y-
spores now.
yeah, yeah. You can see them all in the air around them. Yeah, it's so colorful and layered and
They're
textured and
growing. Yeah,
shiny.
it's beautiful. So beautiful. I bet this
It's
guy thinks so.
beautiful for what
The
it
ones coming
is.
out
I
the
mean,
side of his face, they're really nice.
oh yeah, it's just
Yes.
beautifully done. It's
Yeah, it
beautifully
is.
done. It's like shiny and colorful and gross. Uh, they did an amazing job with that. And you could even feel bad for this infected guy, even though if he were strong enough, he'd probably bust out of the wall there and kill her. Um, that's sad to see people just trapped like that. These are victims. All the infected are victims. They were once human. It's all this nasty stuff around them. That's the real enemy. The infected are just hosts for the cordyceps, they used to be human beings and they're victims too. That's the sad thing when you remember that. This guy's just there suffering, and I guess I don't know how this works, but I don't know how long they stay like this. when did they just finally die? How long do they have to stay stuck like this? Just suffering. It's awful.
I guess they're
Oh,
just
and he breathes.
the hostess keeps eating on them until there's no more.
Yeah, maybe. Ugh, it's gruesome. He breathes some nice, yummy spores on her, coming right out of his gaping mouth hole.
Mm.
Ugh. You could see the little cloud of spores right
Oh
there
yeah,
coming. It came out of his mouth.
wafting down there,
Yeah. It seemed
and
like
she's just
like
totally
maybe he
okay
did it on
just breathing
purpose.
that in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like he did that on purpose. Like he's trying to infect her, even though he's stuck to the wall. Like they'll do whatever they can, even if
Yeah,
they're
the
glued to a
mouthpiece.
wall.
Speaks for the spores.
Yeah, so
You
they're
gotta have
still,
some way to distribute them.
yeah, they're driven to do that however they can. Even if they're glued to a wall, they'll still try to infect you. Just breathe their nasty mouth spores on you.
Yes.
Um, the visuals were cool. You could see all the little particles in the air, kind of like the particles in the Upside Down on Stranger Things.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then she sees another one, and it's
Mm.
the son of that the woman in the beginning. I think it's
Oh yeah,
Leon. It's
Leon.
Leon Park.
Leon.
Yep, because her name was Park, and that says L for Leon.
Yeah.
You can see, he's Asian too. So yeah, that's
Hmm.
obviously her son, Leon Park, who she had to leave down there, and he deteriorated fast. I would have thought it would take a bit longer for him to look like this, but because
Hmm.
this just happened recently, from the look of it, it didn't say there was a time jump, so he's already cemented to the wall after a short period of time, from what I can gather. It's wild. Uh, and Ellie is shocked by it again and again, and he also breathes spores at her, just like the other one. There's another cloud of spores coming out of his mouth. Lucky that she's there
Hmm.
alone and not with Dina or Jesse, because she's immune. So got lucky. She's got the plot armor.
Because a lot
The other ones would
you
have been
just poke
dead.
around in there.
Yeah, the other ones would have been dead. So it's one of many reasons why they shouldn't be undertaking a revenge mission in a climate like this. It's too unpredictable. I know they didn't know anything about the spores in the TV thing, and as opposed to the game. In the game, they knew about the spores ahead of time, and they were already an
Mhm.
issue. But now they didn't know about them. Still, you're living in an apocalypse. You never know what kind of unknowns could come up. This was really foolish. Um, so this is why revenge is an extravagance in an apocalyptic situation like this. It just doesn't make logical sense. I know they're not supposed to be logical in this, but still, you kind of have to be. You have to be in a survivalist mentality to live in a climate like this. Naturally, what you do is your brain goes into survival mode, and you should be less focused on things like revenge. So I
Mhm.
still don't think it makes a lot of sense to have this mentality, but in the world they live in, logically, I don't think it makes sense for them to have that. But she sees an electrical room with the door open and turns on the electricity, which creates a really cool red glow, which I thought was awesome the way they used this red lighting, because it seems to symbolize Ellie's rage, um, her rage toward Abby and Abby's group. That's the lighting that we see for the rest of the scene, which it's extremely fitting for what happens here. She finds Nora gasping for breath on the floor, dying of the spores, and she's like, "You stupid bitch. You just killed us both. They're spores. They're in the air." And as I was watching this, I was thinking, when when Ellie was following Nora down there, I thought, oh, this is great. This way, Ellie can find out about the spores. Nothing will happen to her, and the spores will kill Nora. And this way, she'll see it happen. She'll see the spores kill Nora, and she'll know about that threat, so she can tell the others. And that's exactly what happened. Um, so I was really glad it turned out that way. I was lucky. It was dumb luck for Ellie. She's lucky that it turned out this way. And she was by herself. She was able to get this information. So now, I mean, they're still in trouble. I don't know how they could possibly acquire gas masks. And if they continue with this mission, which they shouldn't, um, then I mean, they're taking a much bigger risk, not knowing where spores could be in different locations. So, but anyway, I was psyched it actually turned out this way, and some really good fortune for Ellie, and it was pretty badass actually, because Nora said, "You little bitch, this there's spores in the air. You just killed us both." And Ellie said, "Did I?" It just keeps walking closer with the gun. Then Nora realizes that Ellie really is immune, and the stories that she and the group had heard were true. They thought that they were just rumors, that there was a girl who was immune, and their surgeon, Abby's father, was going to create a cure for humanity using Ellie. They didn't believe it. They didn't believe it was actually true. She said, "Oh my God, you're her. You're the immune girl." And once again, Ellie wants to know, where's Abby? Nora refuses to say, of course, and she's like, "You know what he did, right?" She's like, she said she assumes that Ellie doesn't know what Joel did. She says, "You want to know what he did? Um, he killed he killed the entire hospital full of people, including the only doctor who could make a cure using you, make a cure for this." Which is interesting. How do they know he was the only doctor who could do this? Like, there couldn't be someone else on the planet who could make a cure. It had to be this guy, but that's what she said. Um, and she says Joel shot him in the head, Abby's father, and killed him. And the only person who could make a cure for humanity from you. She's and Ellie says, I know. I don't care."
Mm-hmm.
Which yeah, it's pretty crazy. She's like, I know. She already knows. So part of the flashbacks in the next episode, I'm sure, will be showing how Ellie found out that Joel did tell her, and that's why Ellie couldn't stand him and their relationship fell apart. As we saw in the first episode, they were on terrible terms. And yet, she obviously, it doesn't change how she feels about him at the end of the day. That's why she's on this mission in the first place. She was angry at him and their relationship fell apart, but she still loved him, and it seemed like she wanted to work things out. Unfortunately, it was too late by the time she decided that. When she went looking for him, he was already gone. She never got the chance to make peace with him. And that's the most tragic thing about it. But now, when all is said and done, after the way they killed him like that, she doesn't care that he did all that stuff anymore. All that anger she felt toward him over that is just gone. Now all she cares about is getting revenge, getting to avenge his death. Um, because that was her father figure, and no matter what he did, it wasn't going to change the way she felt about him. She was ready to try to put aside her anger, and it was just too late. And it didn't change how she felt about him. So she doesn't care. So I'm sure we'll find out more next episode about exactly what he told her and the fallout of it.
Mm-hmm.
But She's still willing to put her life and Dina's life on the line and do these crazy, reckless things to avenge his death.
Dina's baby.
Yeah, it's wild, really. She was so angry at him. Um, it seemed like she hated him, but she really didn't. I think she disapproved strongly of what he did, and she probably would have chosen to sacrifice her life for the vaccine or whatever it was they were gonna make. Um, and resented that he took that choice away from her and lied to her, but look what she's willing to do for him regardless. And she has like this stone cold look on her face too. She doesn't give a shit about any of that now. All she cares about is revenge um on on her father figure's behalf. That's all she cares about. She's got that single-minded tunnel vision at this point. And she puts the gun back in the holster. She does this really like badass power move. She puts the gun back in the holster. She moves closer, crouches down, and she does this look where with the tilted head, asks her again, "Where's Abby?" And and she manages to be intimidating, as childlike as she looks and sounds. I mean, she's doing her best to sell it. I will say that. You know, she's got the right posture, the right facial expressions. I think it works. Nora still refuses to say anything. She just says no. She's she has no incentive to tell her. I mean, she's gonna die no matter what now. So she's not gonna say a word. Um, so Ellie looks around for something and spots a pipe off to the side. No golf clubs were available, so
Mm-hmm.
a pipe would have to do in lieu of a golf club. She goes over, and I love how this scene is illuminated by the red lighting, symbolizing her
Yeah.
rage and desire for blood, her bloodlust. Red, it's such a fitting color for this scene. It's so atmospheric and apropos for the mood here and what's driving her, this bloodlust and rage. And yeah, she picks up the pipe. She goes over and she has a look of no emotion on her face at all when she does it. Like she's kind of emotionally checked out. She's just she's gonna get this done however she can. She's gonna try to get this information. Um, and she saw what they did to Joel, and so she kind of it's kind of like an eye for an eye sort of thing. Which I am against, by the way, but she starts hitting her with the pipe. You can't see where she's hitting her, but probably in the same area where they hit Joel with the golf club in the leg. Um, and Nora is screaming in pain. Each time she hits her with it, Ellie asks her again, "Where's Abby?" No answer. She hits her again. "Where's Abby?" No answer. And Ellie just loses her shit as as she's doing it, her face changes to just absolute rage. Her face starts to contort with rage. She went from emotionless to full of rage and continues hitting her with it. But still doesn't get an answer. And I'm guessing she'll come back from this in the finale because I mean we might see a brief scene in the present time in the next episode, but I think it's going to be mostly flashbacks. When she comes back from this excursion, I think she'll come back saying that she didn't get any information, but it sure didn't stop her from trying and giving her the kind of treatment Abby gave to Joel, which I'm sure she thinks is justified, but I don't. Again, it's an endless cycle of violence and it's senseless. It's not going to bring anybody back. It's not what Joel would want for her. He wouldn't want her throwing her life away and risking people she loves like Dina um to do this. He wouldn't want her to turn into this. And Tommy himself, Tommy cares about her so much too, kind of like he's her real uncle. And he had said he was worried that Ellie was going to turn down the same paths that Joel did. And it's exactly what she's doing in terms of, because I mean, Joel also was very violent after he lost his daughter. Endless cycle of violence. Like, you know, Joel was violent too. Um, and but she's on the path, and there was nothing that was going to stop her. And then it just cuts like that while she's still hitting her with the I was gonna say golf club, but it's not a golf club, it's a pipe. Um, let's see. Okay. Before I before I skip to the very, very end, there's one last very brief scene, but I'll check in with you guys first. So, Steve said, little side note, um, Tat Gabriel, who plays Nora, has her head shaped because she's currently filming mocap for a new Naughty Dog game called Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet. Oh, well, it worked. Tati. Okay. It worked. It worked for this role, being in a militia. It worked out really well, actually, the shaved head. Um, Scott said the game was frustrating at times. I was told to hang in there and continue playing because I was told it would not, because I was told it would get better. Game one was good, not game two. Yeah, I know a lot of people did not like the second game. Steve said, yes, everyone in the building is aware of spores. Nora was trying to climb across the elevator to the door that opened on the opposite side, but the elevator gave out and fell. Oh, okay, there was a door over there. I understand. Thanks for clarifying that, Steve. I knew you could help me out with that. Most hospital elevators open on both sides. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that makes total sense. Yeah, the spores grow like vines sometimes. Oh, interesting, Scott. Oh, belated good night to Amy. Um, Steve said spores are just spores. You're thinking of mycelium that grows like vines. Oh, okay. These aren't like any spores we've seen. It seems alien to Earth, much like the plague they have. Right, Scott? It does seem that way. Um, please hit the like button, like Scott said, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Muncher Luncher. Note to self: do not eat mushrooms during this show. Yeah, it would kind of be a turn off, I think. Steve said we weren't given a timeline for when that scene in the beginning happened, and I suspect it was a while ago and it was left ambiguous to be misleading for what I suspect will be a bigger reveal next season. Yeah, okay. I was wondering about that. We weren't told if that was a flashback, but to me, it seems like it must have happened a while back because I find it hard to believe that her son would already look like that if it just happened. I think it would take some time for him to really be deeply embedded in the fungi on the wall like that. So they're spreading their lineage, yeah, Dieter. Um, yes, ways to support the channel. Since I'm not monetized, if you want to support the channel in any way, there are these options. There's the Cash App right there. There's the Venmo, and another way is through PayPal. Um, and it says Dieter's name on it, but he set that up on my behalf. So, um, those options, those ways to support are also in the description of this video if anybody is so inclined, and any little bit helps. It all adds up. And the nice thing about these type of donations is they YouTube can't take a cut of it. If I had super chats, YouTube would take 30% of it for themselves. With this, YouTube doesn't get anything. So that's always good. Um, and let's see. Oh wow. I picked up some more subscribers. I just looked. I just reached 1.85K. I picked up a little bump in subscribers when I posted my Kendrick Lamar video of Humble live at the concert on Monday. I got like how many views? Wow. It's up to 4.1K views. How about that? I picked up at least 10 new subscribers and it got me thanks to Kendrick. Thanks, Kendrick. It got me up to 1.85K. Nice. So I'm getting close. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. Within striking distance of it now. So if you're not subscribed, please consider subscribing. It's free. That's a free way to support. Uh, so close now. Just a little bit more. Maybe I can get to 2,000 quicker than I thought. I forget why I went into my YouTube tab. There was a reason for it, but now I don't remember why. Um, Scott said fungus growth is weird in the story. Mm, yeah. Um, Steve said a lot of what we see Ellie do this season is Ellie trying to mimic Joel and how the tactics he used when crossing the country with her, but she's not as comfortable with the violence of it all. She often fumbles in these attempts, but when Ellie tortures Nora here, it mirrors the way Abby tortures and kills Joel because it's all rage and hurt and not the calm, collected, purposeful violence that Joel wielded like a scalpel. Yes, exactly. Like this is all rage, symbolized by the red lighting. This is all rage and pain. So yeah, it's just like the way Abby tortured and killed Joel. So, but yeah, with the way when Joel employed violence, it was out of necessity when he was traveling with Ellie. Um, he was clearly not comfortable with it. He would say like, "Please don't make me do this." There was this old man once who was shooting at them in a window, and Joel came up behind him and basically said, "Don't make me do this." He didn't want to kill the old man, but the guy gave him no choice, so he killed him quickly. He didn't make people suffer unless I mean, I don't was there an I think once did he have to? I don't remember if I'm trying to remember if he ever had to torture information out of somebody with Ellie when he was on his trek with Ellie. I don't remember. I know someone mentioned that he had those abilities to interrogate someone for information, but I don't remember if he ever had to do it on the show. Scott said Ellie wasn't comfortable defending herself against those who only want them dead. There's a lot of cannibals in the story. At least there were originally. Yeah, like that guy that tried to attack Ellie in season one, that monster who Ellie had to kill. She managed to get the better of him and kill him and escape. That's right. Um, but now she's on the offense, so things are different. Um, hold on a sec. I just have to take a drink of my water. Getting thirsty from talking. Okay. Luncher said no shade to Bella. She's just miscast. But it took all of this lead up with the red lighting and intense music and badass moment for her to look pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. The red lighting definitely helped, didn't it? She looks cool in this scene. I mean, there's no denying it for me. I think she looks cool. This was the music and the lighting and stuff. They made it work. They made it work. But otherwise, yeah, it's hard to make her look intimidating because she has a very childlike face. There's one point in the first game when Ellie was okay with it, when the leader wanted her for his own mate, when he was in his 50s or 60s, he forced her to decide to be his or be food for him. Pure evil. Oh God. Yeah, I think that might be when he was in the TV series. I think that was the guy who was the leader of a whole group, and they were cannibals, and he locked Ellie up, and then he was attacking her in the midst of attacking her, and I think that's the one he wanted her for his own mate. He wanted her to lead with him. He was such a creeper. She was only 14. And she had to kill him. So that must be the same one I'm thinking that you saw in the game. Kelly says, I wonder if she wouldn't be so set on revenge if she would have already made peace with Joel before he died. It's a great point. She might not. See, some of this could be projection of her own anger at herself. She has good reason to be enraged at Abby and Abby's group, but I think that rage is amplified by Ellie's anger at herself for not making peace with Joel and treating him so poorly before he died. Who knows how long she treated him like that, too? I don't know how long it went for. I don't know how long their relationship was like that. So I think it intensified her rage because she's projecting her anger at herself out onto them, in addition to her justified rage for what they did to him. So, so yeah, I think she's even more bent on revenge because of the fact that she didn't make peace with Joel. Steve said the red light illuminating her face here shows this is the moment where Ellie's mask is removed, revealing the rage rotting her from within. Oh yeah, 100%. Yes. Yeah, that jumped right out at me, the red lighting. I really loved the use of that. Yes, agree. Yes, Kelly agrees. Love the red lighting for this scene. Oh yeah. It's so aesthetically just cool looking. It really sets the tone for what we're seeing here. It sets the tone. Yeah, Decipher hitting the pipe better. Hitting the pipe is better than hitting with pipe. Yes. I think that makes sense. Yes. Um, Kelly, let's see. Oh, Scott was saying to Kelly, I think that's a big part of Ellie's rage. Joel was taken before she could really tell him that she loved him. People think they have time. Life's short and sometimes has different plans for us. Well, that's certainly true, Scott. You always think you have more time, and you should always make peace with people you care about and express what you want to express because you don't know what could happen. That's the scary reality that we live with, the uncertainty of life. Steve said her rage is because Joel was taken from her before she could forgive him. Yeah, I definitely believe that her rage was intensified by that. Dieter, oh my God, you're funny. Too soon to plan Julie's next birthday. Yeah, you would be thinking of that. It's been 3 days since my birthday. You're thinking about my next birthday. Let's not rush it. Trust me. Look, this was an amazing birthday thanks to you and this community. It was the best birthday I've had in years. Quite a long time, I have to say. But I'm not in any rush to turn a year older, I can tell you that. It's great to be treated so well and be made to feel special, and it's just to be surrounded by people who care about me like that, and it's a great feeling, but boy, I'm not in any rush to get a year older. I can wait. I can wait. Scott said, that's the way the writers, I mean, besides, no birthday can ever top what I did on that birthday. You think next year Kendrick Lamar is going to come to a concert nearby me on my birthday again? I doubt it. You think anything that epic is going to happen again? I don't think anything can beat that. But hopefully, if all goes well in the next year, I'll still have this amazing community a year from now. And so I'll have other lovely things to look forward to. A lot of caring people. And that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. That's what really made my birthday the most meaningful. Having a network of friends here who are really like family to me now, and just feeling appreciated and cared about that's really that was really the best part for me. So as long as I have that, I'll be happy. Scott said that's the way the writers framed it, although given what we know, it's not that way, especially without law enforcement to hold everyone accountable. Okay. Um, yeah. Yeah, they definitely don't have any law enforcement situation, so, no system for society as a whole. Um, Steve said I liked that the shape of the pipe was the same as one of the melee weapons you can pick up in the game. Oh, cool. Scott said they changed the story to become something else so they could make room for more characters. Okay. So they added some new characters here. Mustard said, "Bro, I hate when she does that angry face. She deadass looks like a Goomba. I don't know what a Goomba looks like." Mustard. Um, Dieter dropped the link to my buddy Koala T Reacts channel, my fellow content creator. He's amazing and he's been very supportive of me. So if you like rap music, hip hop culture, um, Kendrick Lamar, any or all of those things, anything, any interesting things going on in hip hop, he'll react to it. Hip hop and rap. And lately it's been a lot of Kendrick stuff because Kendrick has been dominating that area. So he's hilarious and he has a great channel. So I can't recommend that enough. And he's been extremely supportive of me and giving advice. So yes, 4.1K views on that Kendrick Lamar video I took at the concert. That's the most views I've had on a video in a very long time. That's the most I've had since I think from season 3 last fall. So yeah, thanks Kendrick for the views. And I got at least 10 new subs out of it, maybe more, which for me is a lot, believe me. Scott said I'm told it's between 30 and 40% now. It's flat 30, which is still a huge amount. Yeah, it's a lot for super chats. Decipher 1K, it gives you the eligibility for monetization, but you have to apply for it, and there are other issues that can be constraints on the process. It's complicated. Suffice it to say, I'm not monetized, and I'm not going to be monetized anytime soon. Um, yes, YouTube takes a high cut. That's why Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal are so preferable. The only thing that's it's it's not as fun, obviously, for people because you like to have super chats be put on the screen and all that stuff. Although some people get super chats and they don't have software that enables them to put them on the screen. If you use OBS Studio, you can't. So I don't know. People still like the super chats a lot though for some reason, even in those situations. Um, Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the right tab. Okay. 23 likes. Thank you so much, Panda Kalima. Thanks for popping in and keeping track of the likes as always. Um, when you make the Kendrick video, you'll get lots of subscribers. And all right, here's Kendrick's link. I think Kendrick is doing just fine on his own without our help, but you're funny dropping Kendrick's link here. Yeah, there's Kendrick's channel. Go support Kendrick Lamar because he really needs help from me. Yeah, I would like to make a video about my experience at that concert. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll try to fit that in. Steve said he tortures people to find Ellie after he was injured, but he's eerily calm and in control the entire time and doesn't allow people to get the drop on him like Nora did to Ellie. Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, like so in the first season, is that what happened? I can't remember. I watched it not long ago, but I have trouble remembering. I don't remember him torturing people. Like maybe they didn't show much of it and it was brief, and that's why I don't remember. I think that was when Ellie was with the cannibals. Yes, I also hate it when it has cannibals, Dieter. I hate that kind of stuff. I hate cannibals, zombies, and torture. Too bad she can't walk around with red lighting the entire time. Mustard. Yeah, no, right. That would make her look a little more intimidating and convincing, right? Um, David, that was the name of the cannibal, right? Samuel. Just a second. I just got a low battery notification, and rather than ignore it, I'm going to actually listen to it right now so I don't get kicked off the live stream. Hold on a sec. Plug this in. Okay. Almost done. So yes, he was the leader, and that was like you said in season one. Yes, I thought so. Scott. Um, Steve said, challenge accepted. Next year, we're sneaking Julie onto the set of From while filming. Oh my God, Steve, you're funny. I just, yeah, I just said that there's no way anything could ever top what I did on my birthday this year. Nothing that epic could ever possibly happen or beat that. But getting onto the set of From would do it. You're too funny. I know you guys would do it if you could. That's how nice you all are. So much you care. You would do it if you could find a way. I appreciate you guys. That's great. Yeah. That's Scott said that's okay, Teeter. I'm not being critical. I just thought you were being funny sometimes. Oh yeah. No, you're not a mess, Dieter. You're fine. He is Dieter's always with the jokes. Because yeah, laughter helps indeed. Um, well, as far as my birthday, I'm always jinxing things in a negative way, saying things that jinx myself. But I should try saying so since I seem to have that power, maybe the reverse could be true too. I could reverse jinx myself by saying nothing that epic could ever happen on my birthday again, ever. Hey, maybe I'll jinx it in a positive way and it actually will. But it's hard to imagine. Samuel, yes, you need to have I think 4,000 or 5,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers. I believe that threshold has now been lowered to 500 subscribers, but you have to apply for it, and sometimes you still get denied. It's kind of a complicated thing that I won't bore you guys with. But yes, private collection is much better because you get paid for what you're worth. You get paid, you don't have to give anybody a cut. I still might have to pay taxes on it at some point, but I don't know. If it's under a certain threshold, I don't have to pay taxes. It depends on how much, and I don't right now I'm not getting enough to have to pay taxes on it. Um, Steve said, yeah, he tortures David's people. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Ah, that's right, Steve. I remember now. Thanks for the refresher. He stabs a man in the knee and then puts the knife in his mouth and makes him point on the map where she is. It says that wherever he points better match what his buddy says. Yeah, I remember that now. Yep, okay. And he stayed very calm about it and he wasn't full of rage at all. He had his wits about him. Yes, when Joel first woke, David's gang was seeking them to take Ellie. That was when Ellie was first running from David after she gave Joel the medicine. Yes, thank you guys for fuck taxes to Dieter, right? Um yeah, they always tax the lower income people way too much and let the rich get away with next to no taxes too. Anyway, um yeah, thanks for the refresher on that, guys. I knew there was something. I figured there was something I was forgetting. So the episode ends like that with one last very brief scene, which I thought was very strange. It was such a short flashback, but I guess this is our lead into next week's episode. Um, Ellie waking up in bed and they made her, I don't know if they filmed this when a few years ago when the actress was younger, if they filmed these scenes then because she looks a lot younger in these flashbacks, kind of like the way she looked in season one. Um, she's little. She has a kind of a littler face, I would have to say, and it's gonna be really bittersweet to see this. I can't say I'm too excited for it. It's gonna be sad. Ellie wakes up and Joel is there. He's so sweet. He really loved her so much. He wakes her up and and it ends just there. He smiles at her. Oh, Joel. I just love Joel. Oh, I loved that character. He was my favorite part of season one. Their relationship, it was the best part of the show for me. I miss that. This is just going to remind me. I was just starting to get used to the fact that Joel is gone and it's a different show now. I was just getting used to that. And now they gotta twist the knife, rip the wound open again. I don't like it. If they kind of spread the flashbacks out a bit, it wouldn't be as much of a gut punch. But they're gonna dump it all on us at once. And I was just getting used to him not being there. I don't. I'm not really thrilled about this. I love seeing him, but not under these circumstances. It's just sad. But that's what we're getting. And they were so cute together. They were so cute and sweet. Um, it looks like Ellie has drawings of moths and leaves and stuff. It looks like she's really into drawing and she draws a lot of moths. Um, anyway, that's the end of that. Then there's the preview for the next episode. So that's all we've got left, just the preview. And then I'm going to wrap this up early because I am not doing too well and gotta try to take better care of myself. Um, so in the preview, um, I see Joel and Ellie. Joel says something like "open your eye" or something about "close your eyes." I forget. Close your eyes. He said something like "it'll be worth it." Um, we're gonna get all kinds of sweet, warm and fuzzy scenes of them, like Joel smiling up at Ellie, and this is where there's a scene in the preview for this season that showed a big dinosaur-looking statue. I think it was a statue of a dinosaur, and Ellie climbed up to the top, and he's smiling up at her. He has such a nice smile. There's a scene where he looks at the tattoo on her arm. We saw a clip of that already in another preview, and in this one, she pulls her arm away in a nasty kind of manner. And here she is on top of that dinosaur. I think it's just a statue, not a skeleton. I'm pretty sure yeah, because this is a park. So it's a statue. She looks like such a, she looks like such a sweet, innocent little kid here still. This had to have been, maybe this was filmed when she was younger, or they just found ways to make her look younger for this. She still has a really young looking face, but her face has changed a bit. Like it's fuller. And I don't know, maybe the way they're dressing her is different this season, which just altered the way she looks too. But the way they have her dressed in these flashbacks, she really does look younger. Um, she's got her little ponytail back, um, and it's a different style of ponytail from what she has now. Shows them in the kitchen laughing, having a good time. It's, I'm not ready for the gut punch. And then we're gonna see the falling out, him looking sad. Ellie turning. I didn't get a shot of it because it came up too quick, but Ellie had tears in her eyes and just walked away from him, and he looks sad. Then there was a scene of the two of them with guns, and he says, "Remember what I taught you." And that's the end of the preview. So it looks like we're going to get an entire episode of flashbacks. Um, and that "remember what I taught you." Well, she did learn a lot from him, but I don't think I don't think that he would want her to be to be pursuing the path that she's on right now. So she's not remembering what he taught her very well right now. She is in terms of like some of the ways she handles things with violence, following the same kind of path he used to follow in the past, like Tommy was worried she would do. But that's not how Joel was in the end. Joel had changed a lot, and this is not what he would want for her or endorse at all. But yeah, she's hell bent on it anyway. So so Steve likes to avoid the previews. Okay. Yeah, sorry I didn't see that before. Um, there was really nothing exciting in it. You're not gonna come back in 6 hours and find me here. Um, no, you probably already ducked out though, but I'm gonna read through the rest of what's here, and then I am going to wrap up for real. Um, it'll probably be the shortest live I've ever done, actually. I'm in terrible pain, guys. I mean, I'm always in a lot of pain, but it's especially bad. It's like a different kind of pain than usual. It's a severe muscle aching in my legs. Um, in addition to the burning pain. It's awful, and nothing is helping at all. But after I get off here, I'm gonna have to push through more exercise for therapy, so uh, I'm not looking forward to it. Well, let me finish up here with the chat. Um, yeah, right. Taxes are fine if you actually do something for me with the taxpayer. I'd like some fucking services, right, Samuel? Do something for us. Give some single payer health care or something. That's what I'm saying, Samuel. I'm all for paying taxes if it's going toward something that's going to benefit us. But instead, where are our taxpayer dollars going? Too many foreign wars, all kinds of other foreign things that are just overdoing it. Like too many bombs, too much with this military industrial complex. We already have more than enough bombs to blow up the world many times over. And yet we keep increasing the trillions that we give to the military every year. Why? Why does it need to keep going up? Anyway, I won't get any more into politics, but I'm with you on that. You know, do more for us with the taxpayer dollars. Yeah, Kelly, it's going to be a sad one. I'm not too hyped for that episode, I have to say. I'm not really looking forward to it, but it's what we're getting, so Scott said I was okay with Joel's actions because they were eating people. They slaved people until they were worth more as food. Then they killed so many people. I had no mercy for David's people. Yeah, I mean, they were, I mean, I know these are desperate times and they were struggling to find enough food to eat. They did try to hunt animals, but they didn't find a lot of animals in the area to get food from. So, you know, I'm not condoning cannibalism, but in these extreme circumstances, I could understand it. It's just the way they went about it, it sounds really messed up. That you said they slaved people until they were worth more as food. Yeah, that's horrific. And and he acted kind of like a cult leader too, and he was very violent, and they were afraid of him. There was a girl who was crying over the death of her father, and he went over and screamed at her and slapped her in the face, knocked her on the floor. I mean, she was grieving her father. Um, and I think she questioned him on something, and he slapped her in the face. He was a monster. So I don't have any mercy for those people either. Steve said Joel seems to dissociate when he commits his violence, and I think this is why Gail says it's the way he killed Eugene that makes her so angry. I suspect he dissociated and killed him just passionately and without emotion, as if he were flushing a goldfish down the toilet. Well, that would make sense. the way he killed it. Yeah. So dissociating so that you're kind of mentally disconnecting when you have no choice but to kill someone and you don't want to do it. Joel is a good person, or he was. Then the mind finds ways to protect itself. And so his mind may have dissociated and made him come off as cold to protect for his mind to protect itself from having to engage in that. It's brutal. So yeah, it could make him look kind of sociopathic, but it was probably his mind just undergoing self-preservation. And another possibility, and I haven't played the game, so I don't know, but another possibility I've thought of is that maybe because Eugene used to be a Firefly and Joel associates the Fireflies with the group who tried to kill Ellie, maybe when Eugene got infected by the cordyceps, maybe Joel killed him in an unnecessarily brutal way. Maybe he was triggered. He seems to, I mean, he could have some kind of PTSD, and I think he does. Ever since he lost his daughter, he has PTSD, and so another trauma on top of that would be almost losing Ellie to the Fireflies, and maybe he was triggered, and when he had the opportunity and had to kill Eugene, he might have been more brutal than he needed to be because the guy was a Firefly. So that's another possibility. Uh, yeah, Dieter, exactly. More goes into war instead of helping the poor. That's why the tax dollars need to be used in a better way, in a more constructive way, in my opinion. Um, yeah, and I appreciate Steve's kind words here. He said, "I hope you feel better and definitely take advantage of a shorter stream." I better not come back in 6 hours and find you still here. Well, he won't. That's for sure. Not today. Not today. Um, Scott said Joel is definitely unique. He could sing and play guitar. He had a wife that died, and then when this plague started, his daughter died. Um, that's right, his wife died too. Ellie brought out his ability to sing and play guitar again. Yeah, yeah. She kind of filled that void in him. That's why, you know, he was miserable and he never smiled until Ellie finally broke down his walls and he accepted her as his daughter, and then he started smiling again. He had a reason to go on, he had purpose, and he had someone to love again as a daughter. So it's gonna be really bittersweet seeing those flashbacks. Um, yes, we should wrap it up, Scott, indeed. Um, yeah. Oh, thanks, Kelly. Thanks, Kelly. It is what it is. Um, it's just the hand I've been dealt. I'm grateful that I was able to get through that concert on my birthday and actually enjoy it. I didn't think that I could ever enjoy a concert again. If I hadn't gotten lost for an hour afterward and walked up and down hills that I wasn't used to, I don't think I'd be in this much pain right now. But even with all of that, it was still worth it. In the future, now I've learned the hard way to make sure to leave, the next time I go to a concert, I will leave much earlier. I'll make sure I know how to get there and how I can reverse my directions, go back and find my car without getting lost again. I'll have to plan it better. That's all I learned from that experience. I really don't think I would be in this much pain if it hadn't been for getting lost for an hour afterward. Um, I'm still feeling the after effects of it, I think. So, you know, I still don't regret it. It was 100% worth it. Um, and I have an appointment today for a skin biopsy, so that's fun. Thursday. Thursday. So I don't even know what time. I have to look at my calendar and I'm kind of dreading even looking at it. Um, and Kelly, if you're the if you're the Kelly, I don't know of any other Kelly who follows the channel other than you. Um, if you're the Kelly who pitched in for that cameo for my birthday, then thank you. I don't know if you were there. I think you were there the other night, but thank you in case you weren't there when I said it. Um, it was a very busy, bustling chat, so you may have been there. And my memory is failing me at the moment, but thank you. If I haven't thanked you already, that cameo meant the world to me. I'm just thrilled with it. It's a treasure. Um, 40 Stephanie said, by the way, hi, I hope you're doing well. Um, I had to do whirlpool therapy. I hope you can try it. It has eased my pain. Well, thank you. Thank you for the suggestion. I would love to try that. I don't know if I can find any place that does that in my area. Last I checked, I never heard of anything like that around me. There's aqua therapy, but they don't have whirlpools there. It's just a regular pool and you do exercises in it. I've thought about trying that again, although it didn't seem to help me. It was a lot of effort and it really didn't seem like it was doing anything, but I've thought about trying it again. There aren't a lot of options around here. I could maybe try a different aquatherapy place. I think there's one other that I could try. But I appreciate the suggestion, and I'm glad that's helped you. I've gone in hot tubs before, and I find it very soothing and therapeutic. I used to belong to a gym that had a hot tub. Maybe I should get a membership and go there again. I don't know if whirlpools are normally warm, but the hot tub sure was warm and it felt good. Um, Dieter, it's not translating stuff for me anymore. It says sorry. I'm guessing that means sorry for all of the pain. Something, 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 help, something. I don't know. Can you translate, Dieter? Because it's not translating stuff for me anymore like it did last week. Um, Scott said each dollar I make is taxed so many times I can't make enough to live. It's not political. It's what we're indentured by with the elite that has no clue of our struggles. Yes, Scott, I agree with you. It's and the problem is the people who should be paying their fair share of taxes, who can afford to, are not taxed at a high enough rate. And we're taxed at a higher rate as the elites, which is really screwed up. It's that trickle down economics model that doesn't work. I think that's been proven. It's time to give up on that model. We've tried that long enough and it doesn't work. The wealth is not trickling down. It's being hoarded by the elites at the top. Don't get me started on that. I could go down. I could go on and on all night on that. Samuel said Ellie isn't the first person David went after, too. His goons referred to her as David's new plaything. Ugh, gross. Samuel, ugh, or something like that. Oh my God, that's so twisted. God, what a sick fuck that guy was. He was a sick fuck. And he was lusting after a 14-year-old girl. What a pig. Scott said Joel's daughter was shot and killed by government soldiers trying to contain people without mercy. Yeah, that's right. That he was begging to spare their lives, and the guy just shot her in cold blood. It was completely unnecessary. So, um, Doc, Doc said, um, Doc said, nope, I'm coming on stream. I have a 5-hour lesson plan. I think we could stretch to 7, calling it Last of Us Academy. Oh, he's like, I'm just kidding. I'm too tired for streaming. Uh, no worries about being too tired for streaming tonight. And it wound up being a good thing. Um, I'm always happy to have company on here. I'm happy to have people join, have multiple people on the panel. Um, Tonight I didn't give enough notice. I forgot. This week has been so crazy that I didn't plan things out ahead of time enough and invite people on ahead of time. So that's why we didn't have people join. But hopefully next week we will. And it ended up working out well because when people join, the streams wind up being longer, and for my health and my pain level, I do need to make it shorter tonight, so it's for the best. Um, so, um, okay, I thought that must be you, Kelly. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much that cameo meant to me, seriously. Oh, you're also Disenchanted KP? I didn't know that. On Discord? I didn't know that was you. See, I get confused when people have different names in Discord versus YouTube. Oh, cool. It's good to know who you are in Discord because I've seen you in the watch party also for this. Um, thank you so much. I don't know if you were there because again, there were a lot of people in the chat and I'm in so much pain I can't remember now, but thank you if I didn't thank you already. That was a beautiful gift that you guys put together, you know. I'm just so thrilled with it. The stuff that David Alpay said in that cameo meant so much to me. I can't even begin to express how much it meant. The kind words he said about my channel um and encouraging things about, you know, the age that I am and all the possibilities and motivation. And it was really exactly what I needed to hear at this point in time, and it couldn't have been a more perfect birthday message. Um, so I'm just so thrilled with it. I will treasure it forever. It was really perfect. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Um, oh, okay. I'm a little out of the loop in what's going on in the Discord, Dieter. I need to check in with the Discord to see that all, any tags or what's going on if I have notifications. So I gotta check in on that. Yeah, Samuel, I learned that the hard way. I should have gone way earlier than I did, but I choose to focus on the positives. I'm gonna try anyway, and all the awesome things about it, even with the flaws in the experience. It was still an absolute thrill, and never thought I'd be able to enjoy live music again. So it was, I'm so grateful that I was actually able to enjoy it and not suffer the whole time. Sorry for all the pain. Wish I could help. And the something of you if you need a call. What? Chorus? What is it? I don't know what that is, Dieter, but thank you. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, I made a post a few days ago about the schedule, but I didn't invite people ahead of time and make the stream ahead of time. That's the problem. So next week I'll make sure I do that. I'll make the stream and I'll invite people to join ahead of time so we can have a guest panelist on here. So hopefully anyway. Maybe Monday's just a better day for people to do that kind of stuff. Um, and yes, please like and subscribe and enable notifications like Scott says. Thank you, Scott. Um, okay, so yeah, I thought this was a terrific episode. I rated it at um I think I was kind of harsh with it. I think I rated it as a 7. Oops, as a 7 out of 10. But thinking about it again, I think I would rate it at an 8. I think it was the strongest episode of the season thus far. Um, Next week's episode, I'm not too thrilled about the concept. I'm not really looking forward to all the flashbacks and the sadness, but and then after that, we just have the finale already. It's such a short season. I feel like it just started, um, and then the week after that, The Handmaid's Tale will be over. So I'm gonna be looking for another show to cover. So I will have to keep my eyes open and I'm going to start looking around. I because this is coming up quick now. We have 2 more weeks of this show and 3 more weeks of The Handmaid's Tale, and I'm covering both. And then once that's over, I really would like to find another current show to cover, so I'm open to suggestions. If anyone knows of new shows coming out, you can write to me in the Discord or leave me a comment on the video on this live stream if you don't use Discord. Um, or or just leave a comment either way. Um, if you have any suggestions, because I never know where to find shows anymore, and um they're spread out all over the place. There's so many shows on so many streaming services, and it's hard to find new content. Nah, I I mean, I think that the way to keep the channel as healthy as possible and try to continue gaining subs is to cover a current show. I don't think I can really just I'm not knowledgeable enough about Kendrick Lamar and about rap music to do my own videos yet, but I would like to maybe one day. I just am not like I'm a brand new person to all this. I'm still learning about the culture and all the different vernacular that they use, and I still need someone to translate what he means by some of his songs and lyrics. So I'm not really in a good position to make content right now. Um, and taking it easy is just not something I would do because I want to keep the channel healthy, and covering a current show is a way to keep it healthy. So ideally, that's what I would like to do if I can find something. And if I can't, then I'll come up with something to do in the meantime, like a rewatch of something or covering a show that's already aired, um, that I've never seen before. I've had people suggest stuff like that. I've had people suggest covering movies. So there are a number of different things I could do. One thing I definitely want to devote more time to is the From rewatch. So I will be getting back to the From rewatch really soon, which I thoroughly enjoy doing. I just don't know if it's enough. Ideally, I would like to cover one new show while while I'm doing the From rewatch. Covering more than one new show at a time is not something I would normally like to do, but once I committed to doing The Last of Us, well, I wanted to do The Last of Us because I didn't think people would want to come to Handmaid's Tale live streams. So I checked out The Last of Us and I really loved season one, and I'm glad I decided to cover it, but it's been a lot trying to cover both. Both shows started around the same time, and it's been very challenging to do both. Um, the From rewatch will be fun to get back into and have more time. Duster, that's right, Duster is coming out. I wish Duster would hold off a little bit. I wish Duster would, you know, come out in a few weeks when I have more time because I love the look of that show. It starts it starts tomorrow slash today. Technically, it's already the 15th, and that's today. It premieres. I just um I wish that they weren't starting it yet because I don't know how I would fit in time to cover it now, but maybe maybe I could like wait until things calm down a bit with these two shows I'm covering and then pick up on Duster, see how it goes, like see if it's a popular show and if people like it and if other people are covering it, and then try to play catch up. Um so I definitely won't be able to cover it this week. Way too busy with these shows, but maybe in the next few weeks I could take a look at it and just play catch up on what I missed initially. So, uh no, learning rap with but see, I don't have anybody to collaborate with to help me with that though. To learn it, I would have to I mean, I like the concept, but to do that, I would have to have a friend who wanted to do that with me and who knew about rap to be able to help me with that, and I don't really know anybody like that. I would just be showing up like, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but nah, it's too soon to do that kind of stuff. Um, yeah, part of a bigger problem with streaming services is it's very, very difficult to find new content that's coming out. Keith David is going to be in Duster. Okay. Yeah, and my Josh Holloway, who I love so much, he's oozing charisma, so that's a big reason why I want to check it out. He's the main reason. This is not normally a concept of show that I would get into. I don't normally watch shows about organized crime syndicates. He's a getaway driver for an organized crime syndicate, but it's Josh Holloway, so sign me up. I'm going to be checking it out for sure. And it's a J.J. Abrams. He's been attached to a lot of really big shows, so that's a good sign too. Yes, from. That's a lot of froms. From. Yes, okay. From. We will definitely be doing more of the From rewatch soon, for sure. We will. Um, we're in the getting close to the middle of season 2 with the rewatch, so we'll get back into that really soon. Uh, Probably not next week, but the week after. Next week. Next week, we're gonna need to finish The Residence, so I'm probably not gonna have time to do the From rewatch, and we'll either do a live with Doug or we'll do a From Theory stream on Wednesday, or both. We'll let you know. But it won't be the rewatch. It'll be some other From related live on Wednesday. And we'll go back to doing our Monday night live for The Last of Us. Yeah, we could maybe do a watch a Last of Us game playthrough. Maybe we could try that, experiment with it and see. Um, Koala T. I think Koala T is busy with his own channel. He's too busy with his own channel, theater. And Big Heck, I don't know. I don't think I think Big Heck's also kind of tied up. Martin, I don't know. Any pro rap folks in here, no pressure. Yeah, I don't know. Samuel from the From set? I don't know what you mean. Uh, oh, okay. The Target saw the crowd for that set image just for curling. They're going to film at an ice rink. Oh, well, that's weird. What the hell? I wonder why they're filming at an ice rink. Okay. The image that Avery, not Avery, the actress who plays Marielle posted that image of a set that they were building. Scott said JJ gave us Jar Jar. Oh geez. JJ gave us Jar Jar. Oh, maybe he was inspired by his own name, JJ Jar Jar. No, that's not a popular character, right? That's not a popular character in the Star Wars universe. Uh, um, hold on, I'm gonna take a drink of water and then um I'm gonna wrap this up for real now. Okay. Remember, don't fall asleep. Freddy will come. Um, yeah. Well, I won't be falling asleep anytime soon. This is this might be the earliest that I'm ever wrapping up a live stream actually, which is kind of funny. Because it's 2:30 in the morning, but for me that's early. Why am I yawning? Oh, I think I got enough sleep. I shouldn't be tired. Yes, it was JJ that made the character of Jar Jar Binks in Star Star Wars, weirdly enough. Yeah. Luncher. Don't leave. I just came back from a break. I'm gonna have to. Unsure, I'm sorry. We already wrapped up. I know we did this way quicker than usual, but we already wrapped up breaking down the episode and the preview for the next episode. And the show is pretty straightforward to cover. It's not a show that requires theory crafting and stuff like that. So it's a lot easier to get through it at a quicker pace. I'm sorry, I can't stop yawning. Oh my God. Um, it's easier to get through this at a quicker pace than other shows that I break down, especially when I didn't have guest panelists on this time, like I usually do. So, impromptu from season 4 theory crafting. Oh no, we'd be here all night, Muncher. Ugh, you're a bad influence. You're a bad influence. Tempting me. Oh. A bus or van full of hockey curling kids and their parents might be coming. Oh no, yeah, is that maybe that's the latest arrival to Fromville. A bus or a van full of hockey players and their parents. I can't wait till we get more updates on the new season of From. Really looking forward to hearing more, getting some more getting some more pictures from the set. Pictures from the set, they'll start trickling out. It's always exciting when we get like a little bit to chew on in between seasons while we're waiting and they're filming. We get a little tidbits to chew on. If they introduce a man in red next season of From, I plead the fifth. Doc, yeah. A man in red. Yeah. We won't suspect you at all. No, not at all. I'm just teasing, Julie. Thanks for your channel. Oh, well, thanks for being here, supporting my channel. Muncher, thank you. Oh, curling, one guy throws a stone and some other guy's broom. Yes, curling. Yeah, I've seen that in the Olympics. Yes, going to a concert is stressful on somebody who's in pain all the time, especially. Like it was a lot. That was a really big deal for me, and it's gonna be tough. Hopefully I'll start getting back to normal soon, although, you know, tomorrow slash today, I guess technically, Thursday, I have to um get a skin biopsy on one of my legs for a neuropathy test. So I'm dreading that. I'm really freaked out about it. My mom is taking me. She didn't want me to go alone. I was told it's more invasive than the EMG test I got, which I find kind of hard to believe because an EMG involves sticking needles in your leg and shocking you with electric currents. How is it more invasive to take a tiny layer of skin off the top of your leg, the size of the eraser on a pencil? That's what a skin biopsy for small fiber neuropathy is. How is that more invasive than getting needles stuck in your legs and getting electric currents pumped into them? I don't understand where is the logic there. So I'm freaked out about it, and my legs already hurt so goddamn bad. So the last thing I need is something that's going to make the pain worse. I want to Google it, but I'm afraid to. I used to Google everything and freak myself out, and so now I've been resisting doing that anymore. I really don't wanna go. I really don't wanna go, but I have to go and just get it over with. I'm really in no condition to do anything that's gonna make my pain worse right now, but I need to just get it done because it's one of the only tests I have never had done. I've had almost every other test known to man, and none of them have given me any answers as to what's wrong with me, what's causing my lower body debilitating pain, and I don't know what else to do, so I have to. I'm sure this is gonna be another dead end, and it's a waste of my time, and I don't know why I even bother. I'm just gonna go through more stress, go through another pointless test for nothing, and they're gonna shrug and say, I don't know what's wrong. It came up normal. Everything's normal because it's totally normal for me to not be able to stand like a normal person. I can't even go to the grocery store and stand in a line without excruciating pain. I can't stand. I can walk. Walking is more tolerable than standing, but standing is horrific. Walking is pretty bad too. If the if the level I'm walking on is not perfectly flat, then it's horrific. But oh, all your tests are normal. So we don't know what's wrong with you, because that makes a whole lot of sense. No inflammatory markers on my blood work, nothing on my MRIs, no pinched nerves. I mean, I've had a brain MRI, so no brain problems. I've had a full spine MRI, no nerves being pinched. I've had a pelvic MRI, which only showed minor sciatic nerve neuropathy on the left side. That's it. It didn't explain all of this pain. I've had x-rays. I've had an EMG on my left leg, which I was terrified to do, and it came up with nothing. I've had an ultrasound on both my legs, came up with nothing. Now I'm having a small fiber neuropathy test, and I'm sure that's going to say nothing. Once again, next week, a week from today, I'm having another EMG, this time on my right leg. Once again, probably suffering through that for nothing. The EMG wasn't as bad as I expected the last time, but it's still very unpleasant and turned up nothing. So it's just upsetting to not have any answers. And if you don't have answers, then they don't know how to help you in any way, and they don't know how to treat what they don't understand. So um hi AA, I'm just wrapping up now. Wrapping up earlier than usual. I need to get I'm in horrible pain, worse, even more horrible than my usual horrible pain, if you can believe that. Um, and I also finished the breakdown earlier than usual, so I'm wrapping it up. Muncher said, "That's what I'm saying. We need the girl in black and the woman in purple." Compliment to yellow. I've heard purple and yellow are complementary. I had never heard that or known that until recently when Tony actually told me that. Um, Suggested I change that to my color scheme on videos, so I'm gonna try and switch to purple and yellow. The girl in black and the woman in purple. That would be really dope, actually. I would like to see that. It could be a woman in like a purple gown or something. Um, Thanks, Dieter. Scott said I have a friend that has lupus. For her, just going to the beach for 2 to 3 hours takes a lot out of her. She sleep a lot after. Yeah, going to the beach, it causes me a lot of pain. I can't walk on the beach because the sand isn't level. I have to walk on solid, flat ground. Sucks. I love the beach so much and I miss being able to enjoy it like I did before. Theater, they haven't been able to find any evidence that there are pinched nerves, but our capacity for testing is limited. MRIs don't show everything, so maybe there's something the MRI is not picking up. I don't know. It's hard to have any faith anymore, AA. I've had so many dead ends for years. I've had almost every test you can possibly get, and I've seen doctor after doctor, specialist after specialist, um, 4 different neurologists, 3 different rheumatologists. An I'm gonna be seeing a neurosurgeon. I was referred to a vascular surgeon, an orthopedic surgeon, second and third opinions, and none of them amounted to anything. So it's just very hard to have any hope. But I'm trying not to give up. Um, Glad you're hanging in there. Purple and yellow are the Lakers colors. You guys, it's so weird. I was just talking about that with Tony recently. He said they're the Lakers colors, and he said that they're complementary colors, and I should use them on my videos, which I am planning to switch to. I've already started using yellow. He said they stand out, and so I'm gonna give it a try. Samuel said, if anyone is down to see a movie, I can play Novocaine. in the Discord. Novocaine. What is Novocaine about? Let me Google it. Uh, Novocaine. Oh, it came out this year. Oh Lord. I'd love to be this guy. When the girl of his dreams gets kidnapped, a man turns his inability to feel pain into an unexpected advantage as he fights a bunch of thugs to get her back. Can I trade lives with this guy? I'd love to be a person who can't feel pain. Please sign me up. I'm sure that's dangerous because pain is a signal that something's wrong and you could like literally hurt yourself really bad or burn yourself and it could cause harm to your body, but you wouldn't even feel it as a warning. Um, the abusive guy from Companion is there. Oh, I loved Companion. That guy was an asshole, but he was really good in the movie. Yes, they do have better doctors in Canada from what I've heard, Dieter. I wish I could. If only it were that simple, I would move to Canada. Believe me. I would move, but it's not that simple to move to Canada. It's very difficult to move to any other country. Bone marrow samples and testing is invasive, but it's the only way to diagnose some things. Yeah, no one has ever suggested a bone marrow sample or test to me, but I know that's extremely invasive. Oh God, I'd be terrified. It's actually a really bad disability to not feel pain. I've heard about it. Yeah, I'm sure it's actually really dangerous too. It's just right now for someone like me, it sounds good. You know, you can understand that, I'm sure, believe me. My friend was put through many, many tests without anything being recognized in them. She ultimately went to the Mayo Clinic and they found the lupus with complications. Scott, yeah, you had mentioned that, and I haven't really followed up on it, but I need to because I can't go out to where the actual Mayo Clinic is, um but since there are teams from the Mayo Clinic all over, maybe I can find someone who's close enough to me and I could go because I'm sure not getting any answers from the people around here. I tried, I tried getting in, like, they tested me for inflammatory markers with blood tests, and that's how they try and diagnose lupus. And I was tested multiple times and it came up with no inflammatory markers. So I don't know. Maybe I just need better doctors and more accurate tests. The disability of government is to hide philanthropy as gift. Hmm. Um, is there anything we can do to help Ryan get his face crook account back? What happened with Ryan's account, Doc? What happened? I didn't hear anything about that. Was there something in the Discord? Did someone post something in the Discord today? I hope there isn't a problem going on here that I hadn't heard about. Oh no. Um, so it got banned. The group? Wait, the whole group? Or is it his personal account or the group? Oh my God, what the hell? He's permanently banned from Facebook? Oh, what the fuck? I'm behind on what's going on in Discord. I'll have to check when I get off the stream and I get on my treadmill. Oh my God, I'm really sorry to hear that. That's terrible. That's terrible. So it's not the group, it's his personal account. Why? What the hell? Oh my God, what the hell? Some really messed up people are allowed to be on Facebook and Twitter and spewing hate like, World War II kind of, you know who kind of hate. They're allowed to have social media accounts, but someone like Ryan gets banned. Make it make sense. He did an appeal and got declined. That's terrible. That's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. What the fuck? Everybody gets nobody gets what they deserve. As far as some of the best people just get treated like shit and have shitty things happen to them all the time. It's just life is so unfair. Bullshit. Scott, I've got to look into that because I can't travel, but if they have teams that go everywhere, then I'll have to see if where the closest one is to me. Thank you for reminding me about that. I had forgotten all about it. You had told me about it before and I forgot. But thank you. That gives me a little hope to look into something else to look into. Facebook is like Dusty Boomer. Yeah, it kind of is, Decipher. It's kind of become that. It's like Dusty Boomer. Facebook houses all the ghosts of Christmas past. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Someone keeps reporting him claiming he is spam, he says. You know, this is a big reason why I don't participate in Facebook groups because there are a lot of toxic people in those groups. And they're probably doing that to screw with him because of, being, I don't know, some petty grievance with him in his group. So they're doing it to screw with him and reporting him, even though he hasn't done anything wrong. That's so screwed up. And there's so much toxic bullying that goes on in Facebook groups. And even when they try to regulate it, it's difficult to keep it under control. It's terrible. It's just awful. Facebook is a cesspool. I rarely go on there anymore. Facebook is what Temu wished for. I see what you did there. Remember that Wish app too? Wish was another. I was trying to remember the name of that just recently. It was Wish. They had a whole bunch of shit too that was like almost practically free. Need I go on? Yeah, sure. Facebook and Twitter are the worst. Yeah, they are. They're a cesspool. I only use Twitter out of pure necessity. It's a necessary evil to promote my channel, but other than that, I don't use it. But it's the most powerful tool for promoting things. In any of the social media sites I've seen, Twitter is the most powerful because even if you don't have many followers, you can amplify your impact by hashtagging and using, and if you tag a person or a group who reposts or retweets you, you amplify your reach exponentially. And so I use it as a necessary evil, but I'm not happy about it. Trust me. Twitter is a cesspool, and Facebook is too. Twitter is even worse. Uh, awful. Anyway, oh no. Yeah, no, no, no. I'm not trying to bring those people to the channel. No, Decipher. Scott said Facebook has done things and exposed kids to content they should have never seen. It's really bad. Few people know because the narrative they run. Yeah. Yeah. It's it's toxic and they've been selling our information all along, selling it to advertisers, our private information. And now they've made it so that you can't create a Facebook without giving them a lot of personal information about yourself. And so you can't just be anonymous on Facebook. You have to give them a ton of your personal info. I tried to make a second Facebook account just for my channel with a brand new account, and it wouldn't let me. Well, first it let me, and then it put my account, it suspended my account, and it wouldn't give my account back to me unless I did a face recognition scan so that Facebook could figure out if I was lying about who I was. This is how invasive Facebook has become into our privacy. It wanted me to do a facial recognition scan with my smartphone to get access back to my new Facebook that I was trying to make for my channel. That's bullshit. In the past, you could create more than one Facebook profile, and you didn't have to provide a lot of personal information for to Facebook. God, the privacy violations just get worse and worse. Well, I said screw you. I didn't give them a facial recognition scan. Um, I wound up just creating a page for my channel nested underneath my personal Facebook. And I hope that that still protects my privacy and people can't find my personal Facebook through my channel page because I would like to keep my personal Facebook private. I know you kid, and you wouldn't do that. I mean, that I wouldn't, that I wouldn't do that. I know. Thank you. Thank you. Um, yeah, they ask for ID sometimes. Like they want to know way too much about us. Elon already found it. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I need to get done with this now and hydrate. Believe it or not, I still feel dehydrated from last night's 8-hour stream from talking so much. I haven't been able to get enough to drink to quench my thirst. So I need to hydrate, get back on the treadmill, and then get to work on my next video. So my next video is going to be on The Handmaid's Tale, season 6, episode 7. It's a little belated, I know. That episode came out last week, but I'm really behind right now, so I gotta get on that. So after I get on the treadmill and do some other stuff I need to do, I'm gonna get working on that. And um, yeah, Scott said they've trapped people to give up their anonymity, more government control under the guise of safety. Not right. Yeah, it's messed up. So, so I'll be working on a Handmaid's Tale video um later on, and I don't know when I'll be done with it. Uh probably by Friday morning. I should be able to premiere my Handmaid's Tale episode 7 breakdown, and then as soon as I finish that, I have to get to work on my next Handmaid's Tale breakdown for episode 8, which is a bombshell episode. They're winding down to the very end of the series now. They only have 2 more episodes left. Episode 8 just aired, and now we have 2 left, and the series will be over. So it's really, shit's getting real now. This is getting really exciting. So I'm gonna really put more of my focus on making my videos for that and making them on time. And if it means that I can't get a deep dive on The Last of Us done until the last minute, well then so be it. I gotta do what I gotta do because The Handmaid's Tale is lit right now. It is really amazing. So I'm gonna get caught up with that, and I'll try and get a Last of Us deep dive out. Not a long one, maybe just 18 or 19 minutes like the last one on this episode. I'll try to get that out by Sunday. And my 2 Handmaid's Tale videos on episodes 7 and 8. So keep an eye out for those. If you see the notification and you have a couple minutes, it would really help if you could throw the videos of you when they show up in your notifications. You don't have to watch the whole thing. You could let it play for a few minutes in the background, mute it. You don't have to listen to it if you don't want to, or if you don't have time. But it does help me break into the algorithm if people view it and hit the like, drop something in the comments like an emoji, or it could be any word, just anything at all that triggers the algorithm. You can put in the comments. That would be much appreciated. And I think people starting to do that has helped me with my Handmaid's Tale views. I've been able to start breaking into the algorithm, pushing the video out to more people. So I appreciate it. Anyone who has the chance to do that, when you see I've posted a video, I'll make sure I tag everyone in the Discord, and you'll also, if you have notifications enabled on YouTube, then you should know when the videos get premiered. And our next live will be on Friday night at 11:30 p.m. Eastern, doing FROMacademy with Doc. Once again, part 3 of our series on murder, well, not just murder, but mystery solving techniques and how they can help us unravel mysteries like From. And that leads to a whole lot of fun theory discussions. So I'm looking forward to another round of that. And that'll be with Doc. Doc will join around 12:30 a.m., but we'll start at 11:30 p.m. on Friday night. And that will wrap up the week for live streams. Our next Last of Us live stream will be back on our regular night, which is Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to see if I can get Smitty Snippets or Infinite Umbra or both to join, or anyone else who might like to join. And this time I'll plan it out ahead of time. So again, that will be back on Monday, the usual day, at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Last of Us live. Of course, we're going to have our watch party for The Last of Us on Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord when the episode drops. If you'd like to join, the Discord link is in the description of the video if you're not in there already. So you can find the link and join us. We have fun. Sometimes we watch the episode twice. And we either that or we just have a conversation after the first viewing. We can unmute. You can unmute and talk if you'd like, or you can type in the chat and I'll read it. But that'll be Sunday night. We'll also do a movie watch party Saturday night. I'm thinking most likely Nightmare on Elm Street 3 and 4. Probably start around 9 p.m. Eastern Saturday night, but I'll post an announcement in the Discord when I have the time decided. Most likely it'll be 9 p.m. though. And that's pretty much it. Next week we'll resume the Residence rewatch. I mean, not rewatch, but watch parties and coverage. We'll wrap that up on Friday next week. Wednesday next week, we're going to do a From related stream on Wednesday. Not the rewatch yet. We'll get back to that soon, but we'll do a theory chat, and if Doug is available, then he can join. That's pretty much it for the schedule. Um, that's pretty much it for the schedule, and yeah, that's crazy. I've been hearing about stuff like this. What in the world? Police can compel individuals to unlock their phones using facial recognition or fingerprints. Isn't that an illegal search? Don't Shouldn't they have a warrant for that? That should constitute an illegal search. No fingerprints or facial identification, just a number code. That sounds like an illegal search. They should have a warrant for that. If you need to use biometrics for work-related reasons, restart your phone regularly. This resets the biometrics. Biometrics do not work after a restart until you put in your passkey. Huh. Um, wow, that's crazy. Crazy times we're living in. Oh God, I hear this kind of thing all the time, just the latest horrors that are going on, and it just makes me want to keep burying my head in the sand. Yeah, yeah, I get personalized advertising all the time too, Scott. Our phones are collecting information on us, basically. The Patriot Act makes all the intel gathering possible. Yeah, and there aren't laws to really govern our privacy, to give us privacy on our phones. Um, so you can turn off personalized like data gathering and advertising stuff, but it often still happens anyway. Okay. Anyway, um, on that cheery note, I think I'm gonna have to say goodnight, and I hope you all have a great rest of your night, and or day. And I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being here and making it a fun conversation. Even though I've been feeling like garbage, this has been a really nice distraction. So thank you, because otherwise this night would have been pretty grim and miserable without you, and this helps a lot. It's good therapy, and this has been if I stop it right now, then if I don't stop it right now, it'll go from therapy to something that's causing me more harm through pain from too much time doing this. So good time to knock it off. And good night, Decipher and Samuel. The only laws that do exist are for business and government protection, not our protection. Yes, Scott. Preach. You said it. Anyway, yeah, could not agree more. Thank you again. Thank you again for coming and engaging in this great conversation. I appreciate you all. Um, Make sure to come by and join our watch party if you'd like on Sunday night for the Sob Fest that's going to be coming. Well, we make it fun. Even when the episode we're watching is depressing, watching it in a group with friends always makes it more fun. And we managed to make it a good time regardless. So yeah, I I enjoy watching it so much more that way. Anyway, I'll see you guys again Friday night for From Academy. Um, 51 people. Wow. Well, thank you so much for watching. Please hit the like on the way out if you haven't hit it already, and um, check out my Last of Us content. I'll put links to my Last of Us videos in the description of this video. It could use a bit of love, and Handmaid's Tale stuff too. That will be coming next. My next Handmaid's Tale deep dive should be out by Friday morning. So, good night, Dieter, and Scott, Decipher, Samuel, all of you lovely folks. AA. Oh, AA. I almost missed this. I almost missed this. I did watch episode 8 of The Handmaid's Tale, and that was freaking crazy. Oh my God. Wow. Shit's really getting real now. It's amazing what's happening. Um, I mean, I figured Aunt Lydia was the cracks were showing with Aunt Lydia, and she was going to turn against Gilead, even though she's a true believer because of the way that it's abused her Janine, who she loves. So it was just amazing to actually see it happen. And she's struggling with her own faith in this cult, but she turned on Gilead. She let the handmaids just walk out of the Red Center. I mean, she used to rule that place with an iron fist. That was incredible. Seeing this revolution underway, it's really just mind blowing. It's exciting. It's an exciting thing. I can't believe the show is winding down, though. I mean, I feel like it needs another season to have a full-on revolution and get to actually see a revolution bring down Gilead. But unfortunately, I think the series is going to end without us having the satisfaction of seeing Gilead taken down. We're just going to see the revolution underway and it's going to end. I'm fully preparing myself for that. Yeah. Yeah, Aunt Lydia, and I knew Aunt Lydia must survive because she's in the Testaments, right? Um, and I knew like they weren't going to overturn Gilead in this series um because I know there's a sequel, The Testaments, and Gilead still exists. So it just sucks. I wanted to see Gilead crumble. I want to see it happen, but maybe we'll see it happen in the Testaments. But it would have been nice to see June able to help bring it down, and she's been the heroine of our story from the beginning. Yeah, Gilead will survive this series, but hopefully not the next one. Yes, thanks everyone for joining us here tonight, like Scott said. And thank you, Scott, for all of your support here, and Dieter, um, and Panda Kalima earlier popping in. Um, Good night, everyone, and be safe. You too, Scott. Later, AA. I'll try to do at least one. I'll try to fit in a Handmaid's Tale live stream. It probably won't be a long one, AA, but like you suggested, I'll try to fit one in before the show ends. Like maybe next week, I'm thinking. Um, Good night, Doc. Yeah. It was the art direction is always stellar on The Handmaid's Tale, but that episode was absolutely gorgeous. The imagery of the handmaids filing into the church, walking down the street, just seeing them looking like an army now in their red cloaks. It was powerful stuff. Really exciting episode. I loved it. I just watched it yesterday. Great. AA, you might be the only one who's there. I don't know. Hopefully we can get a few more people who would watch a live stream for the Handmaid's Tale. I'd love to do it. I would talk more of it now, but my pain is getting out of control, and I'm dehydrated as hell, so I've got to get on the treadmill and drink some water. But next week, um, maybe we can fit in a dedicated Handmaid's Tale live stream and see if we can get a handful of people to come and chat. Hopefully, it won't just be you and me, because if it's gonna be just you and me, we could just DM about it. Anyway, um, good night, Scott. Thanks, dude, Doc. Thank you, Doc. And we'll see you Friday night for From Academy, and sweet dreams to you too. Looking forward to the next From Academy. So, okay, all that being said, have a good day or a good night, everybody. I appreciate you all so, so much, including those of you who are just listening and not chatting. Thank you. I see you there. I appreciate you. And um, I will see you on the next one. And I will close with this amazing birthday gift from some members of this awesome community. This is the best. You guys are amazing. Love you all, and I will see you soon.
Julie, it's me. It's David Alpay. And this cameo, by the way, and I got to get this out of the way first before I completely fuck this up. This cameo is from Ryan and Samuel and Tabitha and Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. Lovely, lovely Dieter. We love Dieter. I love Dieter. Dieter's the best. But not as good as you, because you're fucking amazing. Julie B, thank you for your podcast. Thank you for spreading the word about From and having such insightful commentary about the show. I swear to God, I think you probably think about the show on a level that exceeds anybody else talking about the show. You're so insightful, and I love it. I'm not even joking right now. I think it's really, really great because we work so hard to make the show. The writers, the directors, the actors, me specifically, work so damn hard. I just want the show to be as amazing as possible and layered and intricate, and you know, I want it to trigger thoughts. I want the audience to meet us halfway and to engage with us interactively as much as possible in a television show, right? So you're doing it, and I love it, and I'm so, so grateful. So fucking awesome. Dieter told me to make fun of your legs. I'm not going to do that because I'm not rude like Sean Majumdar. I would never tell you to chop off your legs and go on skis because A, that's totally impractical. It's not like there's snow everywhere in the world. I don't know where you live. Probably not, you know, the Arctic Circle. If anything, I would say roller skates. It's much more efficient. You get places a lot faster, and you can, like, if you were on the asphalt, like over here, you'd be fucked on skis. But skates, boom, roller skates. You're everywhere. You're up there before I can even say, hey, there goes JulieBDeepDives. Right? Listen, so sorry about the pain in your legs. That's terrible. I know what that can be like. But don't chop off your legs. No matter what your friends tell you, don't do it. It's not a good idea. The risk of infection is far too high, and then, you know, how sure can you be that the saw is going to be clean? You can wash it, but by the time you dry it and all that stuff, it's not a good idea. Don't do it. Save your legs. Justice for Julie B's legs is what I'm talking about. That's about it. I could keep babbling on, but this video has gone into the realm of the absurd in a way that even I wasn't anticipating, and I anticipate everything. So from my heart to you, I wish I was there to cuddle your legs and to make them feel better, but I am not. So that's a job for Dieter. You're going to have to get him to do it. He told me that he's buying the first plane ticket out to see you and your legs. So have a fabulous, fabulous birthday. I literally forgot the reason for this video, but I'm remembering it now. Julie, happy birthday. You're turning 37. Congratulations. I remember 37 as if it was 8 years ago, because it was. Time flies, honey, but 37 is an excellent year. Make it a good one. Reach for the things that you've been too shy to reach for. Do the things that you've been putting off. You will feel amazing. You will feel an incredible sense of accomplishment, and your year will be spectacular. 37, you're at such a young age. The world's your oyster. Anything's possible. Go and do it and have an amazing year. Have a great birthday. Surround yourself with the best people. Eat lots of dessert. Have some cake. Choice is yours. I would recommend Black Forest cake. That's a very good birthday cake. Also, Baskin Robbins Jamocha almond fudge. Always a winner. Unless you're lactose intolerant, like me, but then truly, I mean, that's a problem for other people, isn't it? Lactose intolerance. You know what I mean? All right. That's it for me. Sweetie, happy birthday. Congratulations. You are surrounded by people who love you. Well, look at that list of names. I'm going to read them again so that we can all enjoy them. Ryan, Samuel, Tabitha, Doc Kaiju. I hope I'm saying that right. Doc Kaiju, Kelly, and Dieter. They adore you. And so do I. Julie, keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing it great. And I, for one, absolutely love it. Happy birthday, kid. Bye.
Julie B, honey, baby, sweetheart, how you doing? Mini Man in Yellow here. I just wanted to drop you a line to wish you a very happy birthday and many happy returns of the day. I know it's been a hell of a year, but I hope this next year brings you everything you wish for. Because if there's anyone on the planet that deserves that, it's you. And listen, have a great time tonight at the Kendrick Lamar concert. I know we gotta keep it on the down low, because if your mom finds out, she's gonna freak. But don't you worry, these lips are sealed. What am I talking about? I don't even have lips. Anyway, I know the big guy would like to pay tribute to you as well, so I'm going to give the floor over to him. But in the meantime, I hope you have an awesome day. See you soon. Happy birthday, darling. Hope it's one for the books.